Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect. Let me go here. Alright, we're live. Let me just change the camera angle. Okay, perfect. And maybe mute myself. Okay, so what are we going to be doing today? Last time we went through collision detection as of game logic. Basically, what collision detection does is it lets us know if one object, I don't have another object, hits a different object. And if they hit, it prints collision once. And we also learned about a little about clamping. I did process that a bit. So that aside, let me go to the okay, and ignore me if I can't talk properly. I'm not warmed up yet. Okay, let me get Sensei here. Alright, perfect. Let me say, Sensei, I'm live. Alright, let's set up warriors of code. Today we sharpen our blades in Python once again. Yesterday we forged the foundation of our game. We summoned the window, birthed a player rectangle, unleashed enemy circles, and taught our hero how to move. We gave life to collision detection, made sure the game didn't scream boom 1,000 times per heartbeat, and finally chained the player inside the arena with clamping so no cowardly escapes were possible. Now steel yourself. Today we march further into game logic where the collision mean consequences, where scores rise and fall, and where the code becomes a true battlefield. Okay, so honestly, I might go with some review questions. Let me see. Sensei, can we start off by working on what we were doing yesterday, question mark, to just get warmed up? Hey, let's see. Good, a warrior warms up with old blows before trying new ones. Yesterday we stopped at clamping. Let's dust it off. Imagine your player rectangle tries to sprint off the screen. We slap it back inside the arena. That was the whole point. Here's the recap in code form so you and your viewers can see it. Clear clamp inside the screen. That kept the player from escaping. Okay, honestly, let me just go here real quick. Go with Control A to copy or Control C. Control A to highlight or Control C to paste it. Let me paste it and say, Sensei. Actually, wait, hold up. It wasn't this. It was this. Control A, Control C. There we go. Okay, let me go with Control A, delete, paste, and say, Sensei, this, Sensei, this was the kinds of question we went through yesterday, or stopped at, most likely. Yes, that's exactly it. You've recreated the warm-up from yesterday perfectly. Let's break down what's happening for your viewers so they can see the logic crystal clear. We set up the screen 800 by 600 pixels. Okay, player moves with arrows. Right, K right is for right, K left is for left, etc. Then comes the clamping magic. Player X equals to magic 0, mid player X, 800 minus player dot width, player Y equals to max 0, player dot Y. Okay, I honestly got the perfect. I worked a bit on the clamping, so I get how this works. So basically, I reassign my player X. My player X can't go past this boundary. This is the maximum boundary for player X, and then for my min, I say my player X can go past this as well. If that made any sense. Okay. This one, linear for X and Y, is just a shorter version of the long if check I showed earlier. It says never let player.x go below 0 or above 800 minus player.width. Same with Y and the height. Okay, that's clamping in its cleanest form. Right now the NPC is just static red circle. It doesn't move yet, and there's no collision check. Want me to create circles? Okay, let me say. Sensei, can we can I get a instructional based question? Let's start off easy, then gradually make it harder. And guys, I'm not warmed up yet, so I can't talk properly. Okay, good training through instinct. Instructions. Make your hand obey your might. Okay, right code that makes a red circle NPC move horizontally across the screen. When it hits the left or right edge, it should bounce back reverse in direction. No collisions here, just a simple left to right bounce. Okay, let me go here. Actually, let's go to practice 3. Okay, go with Control A, delete. Okay, so let's start off by importing PyGame. Okay, after let me initialize PyGame by typing pygame.init. Okay, and then let me add an FPS. So excuse me guys, the clock equals to pygame dot time dot clock. It's a capitalized clock, and then display. Okay, it's basically the same thing that I usually do. So display is gonna be screen equals to pygame dot display dot set mode. Okay, so pygame.display.set mode. I'll add a tuple of 800 by 600 pixels, and then let me go with pygame.display.set caption. Okay, let me set a caption of, I don't know, let's keep the name something like bounces. Alright, then let's go with the player details. Actually, we don't have a player details for now, so I'll just go with NPC's details. Okay, so we're going to be needing one circle, so I'll go with NPC. Okay, I'll set that equal to a dictionary. My NPC's x-axis is going to be, I don't know, like, okay, so left to right. So let's start off by 800 pixels. Actually, not mine. Around 500 pixels, 600 pixels. Okay, so x-axis is going to be 600 pixels. Y-axis is going to be around 200 pixels. Okay, and then let me add a y-axis. Okay, there we go. Y-axis is going to be around 200 pixels. Let me go with a radius. So x-axis, y-axis, and radius. Okay, it's a circle. Radius is going to be 50. Alright, perfect. Now let me check it. Okay. So for my what comes next? Probably is running. I'll set my okay, there we go. So is running, I'll set that equal to true. Then add a while loop. So while is running, while my program is running, or my is running is set to true, let me add FPS. So clock.tick is gonna be 60. Then let me add event loops. Maybe I could go here and add a comment that says FPS, and also add a comment here that says FPS. Okay, for event loops, let me iterate over all my Pygame events. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, this basically gets all the events from my Pygames. Okay, I'll look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is running, I'll set my is running to be equal to false. Okay, and then let's go ahead and make our player graphics, our NPC graphics. Add a comment that says NPC's graphics. Actually, we just have one NPC, so NPC graphics. Okay, for my NPC graphics, let's go with, I don't know, something like pygame.draw.circle. Okay, draw.circle. Okay, there we go. Okay, for circle, I want the okay, for my circle, I want the surface to be my screen, and red, the color, I want it to be red. Although I do want to get used to using the RGB value, so let me go with 255010. That's how we add it. Okay, and then my NPC. my NPC at index of x-axis, NPC at index of y-axis. Actually, let me add these in a tuple. Okay, and then exit out the tuple and add my NPC, my NPC at index of radius. Okay, that's basically all. So this is going to draw a circle. Let me go ahead and add a screen.fill a good gray color. So 200, 200, 200. Okay, so that's a gray color. And then let me, okay, I don't have to iterate over my NPCs. This draws my NPCs. Maybe add a bunch of spaces. Okay, let me go ahead and add a PyGame dot display dot flip. Okay, that flips that updates my screen, and then let me go with a PyGame dot quit. Okay, I'll have to add movement and everything as well, so I might need to add a x-axis velocity. Let me set that to 5 pixels per frame, and then a y-axis velocity. Let me set that to 5 pixels per frame as well. Okay, let me just run the command and see. Okay, so I have a red circle. Excuse me, guys. Okay, so next thing I gotta do is add, let's see, the movement. So NPC movement. Okay, it's just gonna be moving on the x-axis for now. Let's go with, let's see. So my NPC at index of x-axis plus equals to my NPC at index of x-axis velocity. Okay, this is going to move my NPC right now, but there's no bounce yet. Okay, instead of 200, let me change this to, actually let me change this to 100. There we go. Okay, that looks much better. Okay, now let's add the bounce from NPC. Let's go with NPC bounce. Okay, so for my bounce, let's go with something like, I don't know. Okay, actually I might use what's it called, clamming. So let me go with my NPC at index of x-axis equals to max 0, and then min my NPC at index of x-axis, comma, let's see, my window size, which is 800, minus my NPC at index of radius. Okay, this should give me the perfect bounce motion. Okay, it stops. Oh, this is for stopping. Okay, never mind. This is so the NPC doesn't leave. Okay, I forgot this wasn't for bounce. Let me go with, if my NPC at index of x-axis minus my NPC at index of radius is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of x-axis minus my, I don't know, NPC at index of radius is greater than or equal to 800, my window size. Okay, actually let me copy that. This thing goes here. Okay, if my NPC minus my radius is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus my NPC's radius, I will set my NPC at index of x-axis velocity to be asterisk equals to -1. This should give you the perfect bounce. There we go. Now I didn't. Okay. That's for the right. That's for the right wall, and that's for the left wall. Yeah, that's basically all I needed. Yo man, what's up? Are you in Discord right now? Try voice typing. Voice typing. Let me see. Can we like voice type in Discord? Um, in general. Okay, I'm pretty sure I don't know how to voice type. Oh, Windows Edge. Windows Edge. Oh, mic testing. Oh, it does work. Oh, that's honestly pretty insane. Okay, I honestly didn't know about the voice typing. Let me copy that. Get Sensei here. Okay, paste it. Huh. Scott has a new feature. That's honestly pretty insane. Yes, that's right, Vivek. You made the circle move to the right and bounce beautifully. The math checks out too. You're subtracting the radius on the left edge and subtracting it from the screen with on the right edge. That keeps the full circle inside the arena. This was easy mode and you crushed it. Now let's level up to medium mode. Modify your code so the circle moves diagonally, both X and Y. Change and when it hits any edge, top, bottom and bounces correctly. This way Y velocity will finally matter. Okay, let's add that tiny update to the code. So I'll have to add npc at index of y-axis plus equals to my npc at index of y velocity. Okay, and then I'll have to add this a if statement for my top and bottom as well. So npc at index of y-axis. If my npc at index of y-axis is less than my npc at index of radius. Okay, if my npc at index of y-axis minus my npc at index of radius is less than or equal to 0, or my npc at index of y-axis is uppercase or capitalized N is greater than or equal to 600, my window size minus my npc at index of radius, I do something. My npc at index of y velocity is going to be asterisk equals to a -1. Okay, there we go. This should have a good bounce motion. Okay, perfect. Alright, let me go ahead and copy this. And guys, this is just warm up. This is just to get me warmed up. Okay, let's get Sensei here, paste it. Yes, that's the spirit. Your red circle is now chaotic bounce beast. Raiko Cherry diagonally. Did I spell that correct, guys? Across the arena, the velocity checks on both x-axis and y-axis are solid, and you nail the boundary math by subtracting the radius on both edges. This is no longer a tame demo. This is the skeleton of the real game object. Now we crank up the challenge. Hard mode incoming. Add your player rectangle back in like you had yesterday. Okay, keep the clamming logic so the player stays inside the screen. Finally, make it so when the player bouncing touches the rectangle, you print collision in the console. This will combine everything they've built so far: movement, clamping, and collision detection. Okay, there we go. In which part of India your parents from? I honestly don't know. I never asked them. I should probably ask them. Okay, let's go with my player details. Alright, let's see. So for my player details, let me add my player equals to PyGame.rect. Okay, because it's a rectangle, I can use a rect, so I gotta give 4 parameters: my x-axis, y-axis, width, and height. My x-axis is gonna be at the bottom, so let me go with around, I don't know, like 100. Okay, wait, this is x-axis, right? So center, so 400 by 100. Would 100 make sense? Okay, we'll see. Okay, 400, 100, 50, and 50. Okay, a relatively small circle. Alright, next up I gotta is running. Okay, I gotta add my player graphics and player movement as well. Let me go ahead and add. Honestly, I might add my player graphics under my NPC. Okay, there we go. So let's go with player graphics. So for my player graphics, let me go ahead and do pygame.draw.rect, because this is a rectangle. Did I spell it correct? Pygame.draw.rect. Okay, there we go. Let's see. So I want my surface to be my screen. I want my rect to be, let's say, black. And I'll give my player details, which is my x-axis, y-axis, width, and height. Alright, so now that I drew my player, let's go ahead and make my player movement. Before that, let me give my player velocity. So player underscore velocity equals to 8 pixels per frame. Okay, so now let's give let me add a player movement. So for my player movement, if my player, actually I gotta add a keys variable. So let me add keys equals to pygame.key.getPressed. Okay, this checks if my key gets pressed. If my keys at index of pygame.key is, I don't know, right? Excuse me, guys. Did I spell this correct? Pygame.key.get underscore pressed. Unresolved reference pygame. End statement. Okay, did I let's write that again, I guess. Pygame. There we go. .key .get pressed. How does this work? It's the exact same thing. Man, I gotta go. I got uni tomorrow. Alright, I appreciate you joining the stream, Ash. Good luck with your university. Okay, I'm pretty sure for my players' movements, I did add pygame.key.getPressed. I spelled pygame correct. Okay, let's just see. So my player.x-axis plus equals to my, did I spell pygame wrong? It's correct, right? I spelled it correct. Get pressed, maybe? Is it? This is the exact same thing. Let me actually copy that. Let me see if it's actually the exact same thing. What did I do different? Okay, so it's pygame.key.getPressed. Guys, pygame.key.getPressed. How does that work and that not work? Did I do something wrong? Like, if I paste this, like, let me just copy that. Okay, now if I were to paste this, oh, okay, I didn't need the colon. Alright, the colon's a mistake. Okay, hold up. Okay, so my player.x-axis is going to be my player velocity. Okay, let me add that for my next one as well. My keys at index of pygame dot k is left. Okay, my player dot x-axis is going to be minus equals my player's velocity. Okay, if my keys at index of pygame dot k is up, my player dot y-axis is going to be minus equals to actually player underscore velocity, and if my keys at index of pygame dot k is down, my player dot y-axis is going to be plus equals to my player underscore velocity. Alright, so that adds my movement. Now I can move my player around. There we go. Although my player does leave the screen, so I gotta trap him inside the screen or inside the window. Let me go with trap player inside the window. Okay, so to trap my player inside the window, let me go ahead and do my player dot x-axis equals to max 0 and then min. So that's the maximum value. My player can't go past 0. The minimum value is going to be my player dot x-axis and 800, my window size, minus my player dot width. Okay, there we go. This should let my player not exit from the right or the left. Although I can go from the top and bottom, so I gotta add one for the top and bottom as well. Let me add one for my player dot y-axis equals to max. And guys, this is called clamping. I did this. This was the last thing we did on the previous stream. I did work a lot off stream. I was dead exhausted after that. Okay, so player y-axis is going to be 600 minus my player dot y. Player's width. Actually, my player's height. There we go. Maybe close to this thing. So, player. Okay, there we go. Now my player should be trapped. There we go. Trapped here, trapped here. Trapped, trapped, and trapped. Perfect. Now I gotta add the collision logic. So let me add a collision variable on top. So here collision equals to false because I haven't collided with anyone yet. And then let me go ahead and add a space here, add a comment that says collision detection. Okay, so for my collision detection, let me create a variable that says, let's see, collision underscore per underscore frame. This counts my collision per frame. There was no collision, so I'll set it to false. And then, okay, I don't think I need to iterate over my NPCs yet because I just have one NPC for now. Okay, so let me go ahead and add the... Excuse me guys, if my NPC at index of... okay, let me add when am I going to get my collision stuff. So, if my NPC at x-axis is, let's see. Okay, so if Eddie, there, I gotta add like a hypot. Okay, let me get my formula out real quick. Okay, I need my PyGame dots. I did just work on clamping yesterday, not on my collision logic, so I might have the formula in my Discord. Okay, let me just go here. Okay, there we go. Okay, there's the formula to check my distance. Two circles, each has a center x1, y1, x2, y2. Each has a radius of r1, r2 to check collision. Okay, this is, I'm checking for a... Oh wait, never mind. I forgot, I didn't go through circle collision last stream. This is probably a new topic for me. Let's actually just Control A for copy. To highlight, Control C to copy. Get Sensei here. Paste Sensei. Sensei, I just forgot. Last stream we didn't go through how circles and squares collide. I know how two squares collide and how two circles collide, but I don't know how a square and a circle collide. Can you teach me? Question mark. Exactly the perfect piece you were missing. You already know rect and rect, circle and circle, but rect circle collisions are trickier because the shapes don't line up neatly. Let me break it down cleanly for you and your viewers. The logic: to see if a circle and rectangle collide, we check the closest point on the rectangle to the circle center. If the distance from the closest point to the circle center is less than or equal to the circle's radius, okay, they collide. If it's greater, they don't. Step by step. Take the circle center, the circle's x-axis, circle's y-axis, clamp the point inside the rectangle's boundaries. Rect dot left, rect dot right, rect dot top, rect dot bottom. Find the distance between this clamped point and the circle center. Compare the distance to the radius. Code version. Define circle collision. Okay. Guys, I actually feel like... Excuse me, guys. Okay, let me drink some water. Yeah, it's kind of hot here, plus my headphones makes it even hotter. So I gotta cool down somehow. Alright, let's see. Define circle collision. Circle x-axis, circle y-axis, radius, rect. So closest x-axis equals to max. Okay, it can go past my rectangle, or like if it goes past my rectangle. Min circles x-axis, rect dot right. Closest y-axis max, rect dot top. Circle min, circle y, rect dot bottom. Distance from the circle center to the closest point. dx equals circle x minus closest x, dy equals circle y minus closest y. Distance squared equals to distance x asterisk distance x plus distance y times distance y. Return distance underscore squared is less than or equal to radius asterisk radius. Okay, now you just call if circle underscore rect underscore collision npc x-axis y-axis radius player print collision. That's the universal way to check a circle versus a rectangle collision. No, excuse me, guys. Okay, I feel like I get it. Next challenge for you: put this function into your code, make it print collision. Alright, I feel I did learn a little about clamping, so this shouldn't be that hard. But the way we add functions is, do we just randomly define the function out like this? Is that how it works? Because I never use functions inside of my PyGames. I need to even start PyGames object-oriented programming with PyGames, if that made any sense. Okay, let's go with rect collision. Okay. Alright, so inside goes my circle underscore x-axis. My circle's x-axis, circle's y-axis, circle's radius, and rectangle. So I'll have to go with my npc at index of x-axis. Okay, I can't do that, so I'll just have to go with circle underscore x. Okay. Circle underscore x, and then circle underscore y, circle underscore... Oh, okay, these are my parameters. Okay, yeah, never mind, my bad, guys. These are my parameters. Actually, let's just go with radius and my player. I already have a player variable. Let's go with rect. Okay, and then it says find the closest point to the rectangle to the circle. Let's find the closest, or actually I might just add a note. No mind. Okay, you know what, no mind. Closest x equals to... Okay, so here's where I gotta use clamping. Maximum x. Okay, so it's going to be my rect. Honestly, my player dot x-axis. Okay, actually dot left. Alright, and then for my min, I go with circle underscore x-axis and rect right. My player dot right. Okay, and then let me go with a closest underscore y equals to my max is gonna be my player stop, right? Okay, so my player dot top, and then my min is gonna be my player dot, actually my circle dot y, circle underscore y, and my player dot bottom. Okay, so this is the closest point where they meet each other. Okay, and the distance from circle center to this closest point. Okay, I'll have to have some more I have to get some more explanation plus practice with this, but let me just add a dx equals to circle underscore x-axis. So my circle's x-axis minus my closest x-axis or underscore x, and my distance to y-axis equals to my circle underscore y minus my closest underscore y. Okay, and then I return distance underscore squared. Okay, so distance underscore squared equals to, let's see, so my distance squared equals to my distance x times distance x plus distance y times distance y. Distance x plus distance x, or dx plus dx, actually asterisk. Okay, and then plus dy asterisk dy, and then I return my distance squared. Okay, my distance squared less than or equal to radius asterisk radius. Okay, now we just invoke our functions. So to invoke my function, let me go down here and invoke, let's see, if my circle rect collision. Okay, let me add the parameters. So circle x is going to be my npc at index of x-axis. My circle y is going to be my npc at index of y-axis. And then my circle's radius is going to be my npc at index of radius. Okay, and then my rect is going to be my player. Okay, there we go. If that happens, I will print boom, 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 collided. There we go. Let's add an exclamation. Okay, let me run the command and check it. Okay, it prints 60 times per frame. I most likely might add a, let's see, a, okay, honestly I don't know. I never did questions like this. Let me actually copy that, get sensei here, paste it and say, honestly sensei, I didn't understand the collision logic completely. Guys, ignore my typos. Oh my gosh. Okay, logic completely dot dot dot. I only understood the clamping part, not the dx, dy, and the parts after that. And also I just want to print the collision text once per collision. This currently prints 60, excuse me guys, times per collision. Okay, let's see. Good, you're honest about your confusion. That's how you learn. Let me break this collision logic into battle-ready chunks so your brain can absorb it. Why this collision works, circle versus rect. Collision point idea. A circle might touch a rectangle, side corner, or overlap completely. Okay. A circle might touch a rectangle, side corner, or overlap completely. To check this fairly, we ask what's the closest point on the rectangle to the circle's center. If the circle is directly left or right to the rectangle, the closest point is the rectangle's left edge. If the circle is diagonally near a corner, the closest point is the corner. If the circle is inside the rect, the closest point is in the circle's center. How we find the closest point? Okay, this is like a limiter type stuff. Got it. Okay, min. Circle's x-axis rect.right prevents the circle's center from going beyond the right edge. Max rect.left prevents it from going left of the left edge. Okay, so it prevents it. Together they trap the circle's center into the rect's boundaries, which gives us the nearest point. Distance check. Distance equals circle at x-axis minus closest x-axis. Distance squared, square that plus square that. That's just Pythagoras theorem without the square roots. If distance underscore squared is less than or equal to radius to the power of 2, it means the circle is close enough to touch the rect. Now, your other issue, it spams boom collide every frame while they overlap 60 times per second. The trick, track a collision state. Only print when the collision first begins. Don't print while they stay overlapped. Reset after they separate. Okay, add this outside the loop before while is running. Collision activate false. Okay, I have that. Then update inside the loop. If the collision NPC, if not collision, just collide. Just collided, print boom collide, collision true, else collision false. Challenge, put this collision activity logic into your code so boom collide only prints once per collision, no spam. Would you like me to also draw a quick okay, honestly no, let's add that update to my collisions. Okay, if this is true, if my circle NPC, so if I invoked that function, these are my functions. If that function meets, let's go with this if statement. If not collision, okay, I print boom collision. Okay, and then let me set my collision to be set to true. Collision equals to true. Okay, and then go with an else. Collision equals to false. Okay, let's see. Okay, it still spams. Did I do something wrong? Okay, so if not collision, boom collide, collision equals true, collision equals false. Okay, actually, here, let's see. Okay, it prints boom collide once. Now time to figure out the code. Let me try to read it real quick. So my collision detection, so I defined a function called circle underscore rect underscore collision, added parameters. Circle, x-axis, circle, y-axis, radius, and rect are my 4 parameters, and then closest y, I created another variable called closest x. I set that equal to max player dot left. So my player's left is my closest x-axis, min circle player dot right, closest y. Honestly, I want to test something. Does my player, okay, I can like go across my object. Okay, and then min circle x player right, y max player top, min circle y player dot bottom, dx equals to circle underscore x minus closest x, dy equals to circle underscore y minus closest y. distance x, distance y. This is something that I gotta probably memorize because it's the formula. Distance underscore squared equals to distance x asterisk distance x plus distance y asterisk distance y, and then I return my distance squared less than or equal to radius to the power of square. Okay, I probably just need more practice. If this thing is true, I move on to this. Brain boom collide, it's set to true. Once they're off their collision, it's gonna be set to false. Okay, let's go Control A, Control C. Let's get Sensei here. Paste it. Add a bunch of spaces and say, Sensei, I didn't understand much, but I feel like I just need to keep doing it to understand. So let's do more questions at this exact level. I mean, we could add more objects. It's up to you, Sensei. Sensei is teacher. Yes, Vivek, that's the attitude. Practice until it becomes second nature. You got the once per collision logic down perfectly, and the circle rectangle collision is starting to stick. We can absolutely level this up without making it too scary. Here's your plan for your next set of questions. Question 1. Same level, more chaos. Add 2 more NPCs circle with different sizes and speeds. Make them bounce off around diagonally like your first circle. When any circle collides with the player, print boom collide once per circle. This will train you to handle multiple objects, use collision detection on multiple NPCs, and track collision individually per NPC. After you finish this, we can add scores or health. Okay, that later. Let's go here. Let me actually go Control A, delete this whole thing. Start from the beginning. Let me import PyGame and then initialize PyGame by typing pygame.init. This initializes PyGame. Then add FPS, pygame.time.clock. It's a capitalized clock, and maybe add a note that says FPS. Then add another comment that says display. Add a screen variable equals to pygame.display.set underscore mode. I'll add 2 tuples, I'll set the mode, which is my window size, to be a tuple. It's gonna be 600. Actually, let's go with 800. 800 by 600 pixels. Let me add a caption by typing pygame.display.set caption. Okay, my caption is gonna be something like, let's see, collision detection. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my player details. So let me go with player details. So for my player details, let me add a variable. Let me create a variable called player, set that equal to pygame.rect, capitalize rect. Now I gotta add my x-axis, y-axis, width and height. My x-axis is going to be somewhere around 400 pixels. That's going to be the center of the screen, and 300, which is going to be the center of my screen as well. And then width and height is going to be 50 by 50. Then let's go ahead and add my NPCs details. Okay, since there are going to be multiple NPCs, let me add a dictionary. So a list of dictionaries. Maybe change that to NPCs. Okay, so this is my dictionaries. Let me go with my NPCs x-axis, which is going to be around 100, y-axis, which is going to be around, I don't know, 400. My NPC's radius, since my NPCs are going to be circle, I wouldn't need width and height. I'll just need a radius. So my NPC's radius is going to be let's see, 50. That's going to be a pretty big NPC, and since they're going to be automated, let me go with a x velocity, which is going to be 5 pixels per frame, and also a y velocity, which is going to be 5 pixels per frame as well. Alright, perfect. Now with that out of the way, let me go ahead and create a is running boolean variable. I'll set that to be true, and then let me add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my program is running or while my is running set to true, I'll add a bunch of spaces there. Let me add my FPS. So clock.tick is going to be 60. Okay, let me add a comment here that says FPS. I forgot to add FPS here. Let me go here. I mean the FPS variable. Clock equals to this. There we go. Let me go ahead and add event loops now. So event loops now iterate over all my Pygame events. So for every event in my Pygame.event.get, I'll look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to Pygame.quits, uppercase quits, I'll set my is running to be equal to false. Now let's add my player graphics. So player graphics. So for my player graphics, let me go ahead and add pygame.draw.rect. I want to draw a rectangle because my player is a rectangle. The surface is going to be my screen. The color is going to be black. Now I gotta add the x-axis, y-axis, width, and height. Those attributes are set to my player variable here. Okay, next up, let me go ahead and add player movement. So player movement. For my player movement, let me go ahead and add a cues variable. Set that equal to pygame.key.get_press. Let me add that, and then if my keys at index of pygame.k is left. Actually, let's go with right first. Okay, if it's right, I will set my player.x-axis to be plus equals to my player_velocity. If my keys at index of pygame.k is left now, let me go ahead and actually add a player_velocity variable as well. Player_velocity equals to 8 pixels per frame, why not? Okay, I'll set my player.x-axis to be minus equal my player_velocity. Okay, and then let me go with if my if my keys at index of pygame key is up. This is for my top. I'll go ahead and add my player, this time dot y-axis, player.y to be minus equals to player_velocity. Excuse me guys, player_velocity. And then lastly, let me add an if my keys at index of pygame.key is down, let me go ahead and add my player.y-axis to be plus equals to my player_velocity. Okay, so this is I can now move my player around, although I do want to trap my player inside the window as well. So let me go ahead and add a trap player inside window. Okay, so to trap my player inside my window, let me use clamping. So my player.x-axis equals to max 0, so it can go past 0, and my min, which is going to be my player.x-axis minus my actually player x-axis 800 by window size minus my player.width. Okay, there we go. So now my player can go past the right wall or the left wall. Let me add it for the top and bottom as well. So player.y-axis equals to max 0, and then min is going to be my player.y-axis this time, comma 600, my height, size of my window, minus my player.height. Okay, there we go. Let me test that out real quick. To test it, let me go with pygame.update.pygame.display.flip. Okay, and then let me add a pygame.quit. If I run the command, I forgot to fill my screen actually. My display.flip works. Player graphics, so screen.flip, actually screen.fill. Let's fill it with a good gray color. Okay, now if I run the command, there we go, I can move my objects and my object won't go past my window as well. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and add NPCs to my object. To my window. Okay, let me add a bunch of spaces. Go here and add let's see, NPCs graphics. For my NPCs graphics, let me iterate over all my NPCs. Actually, let me add a comma here and create 2 more NPCs. So in total, we're going to be having 3 NPCs. X-axis can be like 500, y-axis can be 200. This can be okay. Honestly, yeah, okay, that's pretty good. 300, 100, 400, 200. Okay, now let me go ahead and draw my players. So my NPCs, actually iterate over them first. For every NPC in my NPCs, okay, PyGame.draw.circle. My NPCs are circles. Okay, so let's draw a circle. I want the surface to be my screen. I want the color to be red. And let me add my NPC at index of x-axis, lowercase x. And then my NPC at index of y-axis. And my NPC at index of radius. My x-axis and y-axis needs to be inside of a tuple. Okay, x-axis, y-axis is the center, radius, perfect. Okay, now that we added that, let's add movement from NPCs. So let me go with NPC's movement. For my NPC movement, let me go with NPC at index of x-axis plus equals to my NPC at index of x-axis velocity. Okay, this should be indented inside of my for loop. Let's do the same thing with my NPC y-axis. NPC at index of y-axis plus equals to my NPC at index of y-axis velocity. Okay, next up, let's go with my bounce motion. So my NPC's bounce. Okay, so let me add an if statement. If my NPC at index of x-axis minus my NPC at index of radius is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of x-axis is greater than or equal to 800, my window size minus my NPC at index of radius. Okay, that's right or left wall. Let me set my NPC at index of x-axis velocity to be, or let me go up and back down to be asterisk equals to -1. This is going to be my right wall and left wall. Let me add 1 if my NPC at index of y-axis minus my NPC at index of radius is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of y-axis is greater than or equal to 600, my window size minus my NPC at index of radius. I will set my, actually let me add a colon here, and I'll set my NPC at index of y-axis velocity this time to be asterisk equals to -1. Okay, and let me fix my typo. Radius, perfect. Okay, now if I were to run the command, the NPCs are going to be moving, but they won't be able to exit the screen. Perfect. I'm out of breath, what? Okay, let's add my collision logic now. Okay, and I'm not used to adding my collision logic, so I might just see the reference again. Let me drink some water first. Okay. So for my collision logic, digital, let me go a little up. Okay, so I'll have to add a function. Let's see if the function should be outside or inside the for loop. I'm pretty sure it should be outside. Let me go with for every NPC in my NPCs. I iterate over my NPC again. Let me add this. Let me keep that at uppercase NPC. I mean a capitalized NPC. Uppercase actually. For every NPC in my NPC, let me define a function. What was the name? So circle underscore collide Okay, or circle collision. Excuse me, guys. Okay, I'll need a circle underscore. Excuse me, guys. Okay, I'll need a circle underscore y-axis. Let's go with x first. Circle underscore, my parameters I'm adding right now. Underscore y-axis and circle underscore radius. Actually, I don't need to even add circle. Just radius would make sense because squares don't have a radius, circle has a radius. And my player, which is going to be my rect. Okay, now for the if statement. If this statement circle collision, or actually it's a pretty good habit to copy that, paste it here. Oh my gosh. Control C, Control V. Okay, if my circle, the parameters are going to be my NPC. So actually, no. Oh, that update inside the loop if circle rect NPC. Okay, actually, never mind. I gotta add my NPC at index of x-axis. Actually, a lowercase x. That's my first parameter for my circle x. Then I go with my circle at index. My NPC at index of y-axis. Then my NPC at index of radius. Then my player. Actually, my rect. Okay. If this condition is met, I will move on to the next if statement condition, which is going to be not collision. Actually, just one collision. Did I add a collision variable here? I didn't. Collision equals to false. There we go. Collision. I will print. Boom. Collided. Okay, and then I will set my collision to be true. So if not collision, so my collision, I'll set that to be true. Okay, and then outside my if statement will be add an else. I'll set my did I spell my collision correct? Let me copy that. Paste it. Okay, I did spell it correctly. Huh. Okay, so wrap layer collision detection. So I defined okay, actually this is me invoking my function. Let me go here. Define those, and then I gotta add my closest x-axis, which is going to be equal to my max player dot left, and then my min of player dot right. Okay, 0 is going to be left, and player dot right is going to be my player right. Actually, this is going to be my circles x, circle underscore x, my that parameter, and then my player right. Okay, let me think this real quick. Player dot right. Okay, let me think this now. So that's my max. So my closest equals to this. Max is going to be my player left 0. Okay, and then min is going to be my circles x. Hey, what you doing? Actually, you popped up randomly on my feed. Honestly, this is like my Python for 100 Days series where I learn how to use Python. At day 100, I need to make a game using just Python, And when I started the series, I had like no experience. Currently, I'm learning about collision detection in Python. That made any sense? So I'm learning on how to. I previously learned on how to collide two rectangles together and two circles together, but colliding a circle with a rectangle is kind of hard, so I'm trying to figure that out. And this is clamping that I'm doing right now. Okay, so max player dot left means circle, so this is going to be my x-axis. So I did go with my x-axis, so my player's x-axis is my player's left, so don't go past left. Okay, I see. Okay, now let me go with closest underscore y equals to max. So my max is going to be my circle underscore y. My min is going to be, let's see, circle underscore y. Okay, circle, there we go, circle underscore y, and then players left. Actually, this is y-axis, so player dot top and bottom. This is going to be my player dot up or top. Is that a top? Okay, so player dot top. Circle is going to be my player dot left. Excuse me, guys. Okay, there we go. That shouldn't honestly be height, right? It should be my. Okay, so first it's this should be bottom. There we go. Okay. Alright, after that, closest y is max player dot top, min is circle at y axis, player bottom. Okay, correct. And then my direction x. So direction x equals to my circle underscore x axis equals to, direction x equals circle x axis minus my closest as at x-axis, closest underscore x-axis, and this is going to be my dx. So circle at y-axis minus my closest at y-axis. Okay, dy, this should be dy, right? Okay, dy equals to closest. Okay, yeah guys, I can't spell. Okay, and then let me create another variable called distance. Okay, so distance squared. I gotta ask Sensei like what formula this is, so I can like memorize that formula as well. So dx asterisk dx, which is dx times dx plus dy multiplied by dy. Okay, and then I will return my distance underscore squared, which is going to be less than or equal to my radius asterisk radius. Okay, now let me go ahead and invoke my function. So if my function, when I invoke my function, so if my circle rect, so here's my function, let me add the parameters. So my circle's x-axis is going to be my npc. Okay, so my npc at index of x-axis, then let me go ahead and add my npc at index of y-axis and my npc at index of radius. So exhausted. Okay, and then my player is going to be my regular player. Okay, perfect. If that happens, I print. Actually, if that happens and if not collision, if that happens and my collision variable is set to true, I will print boom collided. Else, actually I print boom collided and set my collision to be equal to true. Else, excuse me guys, collision is going to be set to false. Okay, this should work, right? If I were to run the command. Okay, it prints at 60 frames per second. Okay, so if circle collision npc x-axis y-axis radius player, if not collision print boom collided true false. Okay, honestly, I feel I did everything correct. But it prints a 60 times per second. I think multiple NPCs changes something. Let me copy that, get Sensei out here. Oh no, I deleted it. Okay, let me go here. There we go. Paste this, I had a bunch of space Sensei. I feel like I messed up! Exclamation. Although, let me actually check if I'm audible. Sometimes mic just randomly stops working. Okay, Sensei. Although, what formula is it? Question mark. Because I don't understand the code yet. I'm just relying on my memory to actually be able to collide objects when I need to. Like, I know how to collide rects and circles together just with memory. So is it smart to keep practicing till this doesn't become muscle memory as well? Question mark. Or is there some other way to look at it? Guys, ignore all the Julian typos. I cannot type. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's go with actually, because need. Okay, exactly. Like, this is how you build mastery. Muscle memory and repetition are your allies. You don't need to understand every detail immediately. Practice until your brain just knows what to do is legit. Okay, especially for something like collision. That said, let me break it down in a way that clicks without drowning in formulas. The formula behind your circle rectangle collision, the math is just Pythagoras. A squared plus b squared equals c squared, but we avoid the square root for efficiency. Here's the reasoning. Find the closest point on the rectangle to the circle center horizontally. Closest underscore y equals clamp circle underscore x rect underscore left rect dot right. Excuse me guys, so horizontal. Clamp circle da, da, da. Okay, I see. Vertical closest y. Clamp circle y. Rect top, rect bottom. I see. Clamp just means if the circle center is outside the rectangle, pick the nearest edge. If it's inside, keep it as it is. Compute the distance from the circle center to that point. Distance x equals to circle underscore x minus circle underscore x. Distance y equals to circle underscore y minus closest y. Distance underscore squared equals to dx asterisk dx plus dy asterisk dy. Compare the radius squared. If distance underscore squared is less than or equal to radius asterisk radius, the circle touches or overlaps the rectangle collision. So the formula literally just distance underscore squared circle. Okay, if distance plus circle y circle square. Oh, I see. Okay. So distance x equals circle underscore x minus closest x. Circle x minus closest x. Honestly, guys, might have to take a picture of this real quick. Give me a second. Might have to learn this off stream. This is some valuable information, guys. You guys should take notes as well. Alright, if distance underscore squared is less than or equal to radius power of 2, boom, collision. About your code. Right now you have a single collision boolean for all 3 NPCs. That's why it might feel glitchy. The state resets when checking each NPC. Each NPC should track its own collision state, or you detect collision per frame without state. If you just want one print per overlapping pair, best way to internalize it is do exactly what your circle is doing. Practice and repetition. Eventually your brain will just know circle with a rect equals check closest point plus Pythagoras. Visualize it, draw the circle, the rectangle, and the closest point. Seeing it makes it click much faster than just memorizing code. Experiment. Move the circle around the edges and corners of the rectangle. Watch what triggers a collision. The repetition plus visual feedback is gold. Challenge, refactor of code, so each NPC has its own collision state. Alright, let me say, let's say I want the collision print statement to only be printed once, dot dot dot. Can you help me with that question mark? Absolutely, Vivek, this is a perfect time to train your code muscle memory or your code muscle. The reason your current code prints multiple times is because you're using one shared collision variable for all NPCs. Each NPC needs its own collision tracker, so I might have to add a collision per frame. Okay, how to fix? Add a collision underscore active flag inside each NPC's dictionary. Oh, I didn't know anything about that. For every NPC in NPCs exist movement and bounce code here, collision detection if circle underscore rect underscore collision NPC x-axis, NPC y-axis, radius player. If not, NPC head index of collision activate. If it's set to true, print boom collision. NPC collision activate equals to true. Else print NPC collision activate equals to false. What this does? Okay. This is exactly how the game tracks messages. Spamming 60 times per second. Alright, guys, ignore me if I didn't say anything clearly. I want to test one thing. What if I go ahead and break? Okay, still print collides. I might have to add that. Okay. Let me go ahead with my NPCs. Honestly, let me lubricate my legs. And guys, yeah, I've been reading really quick because I wanted to process this whole thing real quick. Like, been doing the same topic, like collisions, for like 3 streams now. Want to get over with it and move on. My lips are real dehydrated as well. Okay, so inside the dictionary of my players, let me add a collision underscore activate. This should be in a pair of quotes. Also, that to be false. Copy that. And guys, the heat doesn't make this easier. It's real hard here. Okay, so did that. If not, NPC at index of collision underscore activate print boom collide, and then let me go ahead and copy that, paste it here, and apparently this should print collision once. There we go. Boom collide, boom collide. Nice. Alright, let me control A, control C, get sensei here. Okay, that did make a huge difference. Paste right a bunch of spaces, say sensei. It works. Can we do more questions at this level so I get some practice? And also, is the logic same if my player is my circle and the Rex are the NPCs? Question mark, because I might try doing that next. Absolutely, Vivek, you nailed the per NPC collision state that only fires once per contract. Now that's exactly how real games handle collision. Yes, your logic is exactly the same. If you swap shapes, if your player is circle and your NPC are rectangle, you just feed the circle, center, and radius into the same circle underscore rect underscore collision function. The closest point on the rect to the circle center works the same way. The math doesn't care which is the player and which is the NPC. The next set of practice questions, same level, multiple player circles. Turns your player into a circle and keeps NPCs at rectangles. Multiple player circles. Okay, one per collision. Random NPC spawns. Makes 5 to 7 NPCs spawn randomly. Location, score counter. Edge case text. Sensei, I didn't learn about half the things you just said. I don't know anything about multiple player circles. Can we just work on the circle versus rect player collision question mark? And maybe add a few questions that says me to do circle versus circle collision, circle, actually rect versus rect collision, and rect versus circle collision. Vice versa collision, but just one question at a time. Yes, Vivek, that's perfect. Let's keep it focused and bite-sized. One question at a time. No jumping ahead. No chaos. Here's your first instruction for these questions. Player circle was a player rectangle NPC. Make the player a circle instead of a rectangle. Keep one NPC as a rectangle on the screen. Move the player with arrow keys to detect circle versus rectangle collision and print boom collision. Once per collision, make sure the player stays inside the window. Focus on the collision logic per collision. Okay. Print. Don't worry about multiple NPCs yet. Alright, so let me go with Control A, delete okay. Let me start by importing PyGame and then drinking some water. I'm exhausted. Oh my gosh. Okay, so start out by importing PyGame and then let me initialize PyGame by typing pygame.init. Okay, and then let me add NPCs. Okay, so actually let me add an FPS clock equals to pygame.time.clock with a uppercase C. I'll add a comment that says FPS. Let me go ahead and add display. Then let me create a screen variable. I set that equal to be pygame.display.set_mode. I'll set that to a tuple of 800 by 600 my window size, and then let me add a caption. So pygame.display.set_caption, which is going to be something like, I don't know, dodge the square. Okay, let me go ahead and add my player details. So for my player details, my player is going to be a circle this time. So let me go with player equals to, now I'll have to add separate x-axes. So since it's a circle, I'll just go with player_x equals to, let's see, player's x-axis could be something like 400. Player_y can be something like 300. Let me remove the quotes. Okay, and then player_radius is going to be 50. Okay, and then player_velocity is going to be 8 frames per second. That's honestly all I need. Now let me go ahead and add my NPCs details. Since I have just one NPC, let me just add, yo, how you doing, GhostTube? I apologize if I can't pronounce your name. I can't spell, guys. I'm real bad at spelling names. Although, how you doing? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, so for my NPC details, let me go ahead and add a NPC. Let me keep it lowercase so it's easier to use later. So NPC is going to be a dictionary. So the dictionary is, my NPC's x-axis is going to be, let's keep at the top left. So 0. The y-axis is going to be about 500. Okay, and then my NPC's width and height. Okay. Okay, since it's a square, I'll need a width. So my width is going to be something like 100. My height is going to be something like 100 as well. It's going to be a big square. Then let me add a x-axis velocity. So my NPC is x velocity, which is going to be 5 pixels per frame, and my NPC's Y velocity, which is going to be 5 pixels per frame. We added X velocity and Y velocity because we're going to automate them. Okay, let me go ahead and add a is underscore running since we added NPC details. I'll set that to be equal to true and then add a while loop. So while is running, while my program is running or while my running is set to true, I will add my FPS. So clock.tick is going to be 60. I'll add a comment here maybe that says FPS. I added a comment of FPS there as well. Let me go ahead and iterate over my event loops or like add my event loops. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, okay, I look for a specific event type. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is underscore running to be equal to false. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my player graphics. So player graphics. So for my player graphics, let me go with pygame.draw.circle. My player is going to be a circle this time. The surface is going to be my screen. My player's color is going to be black. Excuse me, guys. And then let me go ahead and give it my player's attributes. So the center is going to be a tuple, my player underscore x-axis, and my player underscore y-axis. And then lastly, let me add my player underscore radius. Okay, perfect. Now let's add my player movement. So player movement. Actually, let me add a screen.fill here as well. So screen.fill a good gray color because that's the only RGB that I know memorized. Actually, I know red as well, but gray would look better than red, like better than a red display. Okay, so for my player movement, let me add a keys variable to set that equal to pygame.key.get underscore pressed if my key is pressed. Let me go with if my keys at index of pygame dot uppercase K is right. For instance, I will go ahead and set my player underscore x-axis velocity or my player underscore velocity to be plus equals to, honestly, let me copy that, paste that here, copy that, paste it here, and change this to player's x-axis plus equals to player's velocity. Let me go with if my keys at index of pygame dot my key is left this time. I'm gonna set my player underscore x-axis to be minus equal to my player underscore velocity. Let's do the same thing with the top and bottom y-axis. So if my keys at index of pygame pygame.k is, I don't know, up. If I click the up key, I'm gonna set my player underscore y-axis to be plus, actually minus equals my player underscore velocity. If my keys at index of pygame dot k underscore down, if I click my down key, I'll set my player underscore y-axis to be plus equal my player underscore velocity. Okay, now let me test all this that I just did. So for testing it, let me go ahead and add a pygame.display.flip. I'll flip my display and add a pygame.quit. If I were to run the command, I have a circle. I can move my circle, but my circle exits the window side from top, bottom, and left and right. Let's avoid that. Let's trap my player inside the screen. So let me go ahead and add a trap player inside window. Okay, so to trap my player inside my window, I will go ahead and add something like my player at index of x-axis equals to max, which is going to be 0. My player can't go to the top left corner of the screen, and for my min, I'll go with my player underscore x-axis 800, which is my window size, minus my player underscore width, because width is my left and right. Did I add my player's width here? Actually, not player's width, player's radius. In that case, I might have to add 0 minus my player radius as well. So player underscore radius. Yeah, this isn't a circle. Let me copy that, paste it here. Now do the same thing for player underscore y-axis. I'll set that equal to max 0 minus my player underscore radius and min player underscore y-axis comma 600, which is my vertical width of my window, minus my player underscore radius. I hope this works actually. Let's test it because I never worked with circles. Okay, this works. I might not need this. Okay, let's try this. Does the left work? Okay, I mean, it does work, but it goes halfway. My right is perfect, right? It doesn't, but the top and left. So my max player is going to be 0. Player radius. I can't go with 0 minus player radius. So what if I go with my player underscore y-axis minus my player underscore radius? Okay, now copy that, paste it, change y to x. Okay, now my player just leaves. This side does work. I guess I'll just leave this to 0 as it was. I'll set a sensei later. Okay, so let's assume we trapped our player. Honestly, I might just ask that right now real quick. Let me copy that, get sensei here, paste it at a bunch of space and say sensei for the trapping player. I know how to trap Rex, but I tried that same logic while same logic for trapping my circle as well, but is it correct or messed up? The trap logic, guys, ignore my typos. How to trap Rex, change that to capitalized I. There we go. Vivek, listen, you're on the right track, but your trapping logic for circles is a little off. You can't just copy paste the rectangle trap because circles have a radius and not a width / height. Rex, here's the fixed it. So I have to go with player's radius. Alright, I see. So it's not 0, it's player's radius instead of 0 for circles. Okay, so I gotta go with player underscore radius. Copy that, paste it here. Okay, now it should move perfectly. There we go. Okay, that was the only question that I had. Okay, next up. I forgot what did I have to do. Okay, now it's time for my NPCs. Let me go ahead and add a NPC graphics. So NPCs graphics. So for my NPCs graphics, let me actually go here to tell. Brother, try just player radius told you. Oh, honestly, I apologize. I didn't see the comment. I was still locked in. But yeah, okay, I'll remember this for the next time. Okay, actually, let me delete this part. There are 2 player radiuses here. There we go. This should work perfectly as well. Okay, yeah, I'm kind of stupid when it comes to thinking. Okay, so for my NPCs, let's go with PyGames dot draw dot. My NPCs are Rex, so let me go with Rex. I want my surface to be my screen. Let me cancel this. So my surface is my screen. My NPCs are going to be red. Let's see. Let me add my player. Actually, not my player, my NPC. NPC at index of x-axis. NPC at index of y-axis. This has to be inside of a tuple. Here we go, tuple. Okay, and then let me go with NPC at index of width and my NPC at index of height. Let me fix my typo. There we go. Okay, so these were the things that I set with height. Okay, perfect. So that draws my NPC. Okay, now let me go ahead and add NPC movement. So NPC's movement. For my NPC's movement, let me go with let's see. NPC at index of x-axis, lowercase x-axis, plus equals to my NPC at index of x-axis velocity. And now for the y-axis, let me go with NPC at index of y-axis, plus equals to my NPC at index of y-axis velocity. Okay, and then let's add some bounce movements. So bounce motion. Okay, so for the bounce motion or movement, actually movement sounds much better. Okay, so for my bounce movement, let me go ahead. There we go. For my bounce movement, let me add if my NPC at index of x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 by window size, minus my NPC at index of width. This is my left wall and right wall. I'll set my width. I'll set my NPC at index of x-axis velocity to be asterisk equals to -1. Okay, let's go with if my NPC at index of y-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of y-axis is greater than or equal to 600. This is my vertical length of my window. I'll set my NPC 600 minus my NPC at index of height. I'll add my NPC at index of y-axis, y velocity, to be asterisk equals to -1. Okay, this should make my NPCs bounce around the screen. 0. My NPC is height. Okay, if my NPC, so my NPC moves, it might be my NPC's position. Okay, let me change that from 0 to be 100. It's like most likely my NPC is like stuck. Did I set the x-axis is correct? This part is definitely correct. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely just my position. So maybe I change this to 300. There we go. Now it moves. Okay, perfect. Although I do want to increase the speed. My NPC is kind of slow. Let me go with 8 pixels per frame as well. And change my player to be 10 pixels per frame. There, that's a faster NPC. Okay, perfect. Alright, so next up I gotta add a collision. Let me add a collision now. So collision detection. Okay, so for my collision detection, let me go ahead change that to a PSD. Let's go ahead and add a for loop. Actually, I wouldn't need a for loop because I just have one NPC. So okay, maybe drink some water to jog my memory. Okay, there we go. Let me define circle underscore collision, or honestly, let me keep the name something better like collision detector detection. Okay, so my y-axis, so now my player is my circle, my NPC is my x-axis. So let me go with my NPC at index of x-axis, NPC at underscore y-axis, NPC underscore width, excuse me guys, NPC underscore height, and my circle actually player underscore circle. There we go. Okay, now let's see. Okay, so with my circle, I'll have to add a D. Actually, first let me do some climbing. So max, actually not max, my player underscore x-axis. Honestly, no, it's closest x. Let's find the closest x-axis. Keep that equal to I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so my closest x-axis is going to be the max players left and players right. They honestly see it the same way as regular stuff, so NPC X, NPC Y, NPC width, NPC height. So let me go with max is gonna be my players left. Okay, actually my players left is my NPC. So actually my player okay, so my player is a circle. NPC, okay, so my player has an x-axis, has a y-axis, okay, radius and velocity. X-axis, y-axis, actually since my player is my player is a circle, okay, so this is going to be my NPC. So my NPC at index of x-axis, left, right, top, bottom. Okay, the reason it's kind of confusing is because I didn't use my rect here. Usually I use my PyGame.rect so I can use the dot left, dot right. Here my player details is just x-axis, y-axis, so this is not left or right. I'll have to do some math there. X-axis, so the left and right of my player is less than or equal to 0. Or my NPC at x-axis, index of x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus my NPC at index of width. I feel like this should be correct, this math. So this is the right edge and left edge of my NPC. And then for my min, my NPC at index of x-axis. My NPC at index of x-axis, comma, excuse me guys. Okay, my NPC at index of x-axis and my NPCs, that's my right. There goes my left. So honestly, I might need this part. Copy that, delete that. I might need that part here. My NPCs are squares, so actually I might just add a 0 here. That's my left side. That's my right side. Okay, now let's go with a closest underscore y. I'll set that equal to max, which is going to be 0. My min is going to be NPC at index of y-axis. Okay, and then my NPC at index of y-axis, which is greater than or equal to 600 by window size, minus my NPC at index of height. Okay, and then let's add dx direction x equals to my closest x minus my actually my npc is x, npc underscore x, my parameter here, minus my closest x, my dy equals to my npc underscore y minus my closest underscore y, and then let me go with direction underscore squared equals to my dx asterisk dx plus dy asterisk dy dc. Okay, and then I will return my direction squared less than or equal to my radius asterisk radius. Wait, it's my radius parameter, right? Okay, I didn't add a radius here, so I can't use my radius. I'll have to use my width and height, radius. Circles, squares don't have a radius. How do I use two values here? I paste that here. Radius times, width times width plus height times height. Does that even make sense? I don't know. Let me go ahead and invoke my function. If my circle underscore collision, actually my collision detector. Excuse me guys, let me add a few parameters. npc at index of x-axis, lowercase x. npc at index of y-axis. Okay, and then I need my npc's width and npc's height. So npc at index of width, and then my npc at index of height. And then I'll need my player circle, which is going to be my player. Is that, did I call it my player or what? Okay, my player is going to be my player x-axis, y-axis. Honestly, I might not need my player kit. Okay. If that is true, I'll go with my if not collision. I don't have a variable. Let me go ahead and create a variable of collision here. Let me check if you got any comments. Hey Viv, why do you keep getting provoked questions every live stream? Can you not give a disclaimer initially so they don't ask personal questions? It's irritating as hell. Honestly, it's not irritating to me. Like, you guys can ask me anything. If I feel like answering it and I think it's not too personal, I'll answer it. Else, I'll just let you guys know if I don't want to answer it. Let me go ahead and add a collision equals to true, actually equals to false. Okay, if not collision, I'll go ahead and do something. Okay, if not collision, I will print boom. Okay, I will print boom collided. Okay, else I'll set my collision to be equal to true. Okay, else I'll set my collision to be false. There we go. Okay, if I would run the command every time we hit. Okay, it doesn't print collision. Wait, it did print once. It printed it once. Something is wrong though. It's with control, control C. This is probably what Sensei wanted. But it's irritating to us. We come here to learn. Who the hell cares where your parents belong? Like seriously, please don't mind. No personal hate to you. Just some of your viewers keep getting off topic when I try to code. Honestly, they're my viewers. They could say anything. It's like, you know, the freedom of speech. But if it's like a little annoying or irritating, you could like close the chats and just have my Windows display open. That would just be you would just see me in that case. Hey, let me say, Sensei, I feel like I messed up somewhere, question mark. But like, listen, you messed up the collision logic badly here. Don't panic. This is exactly where we practice. Let's go through it carefully. What's wrong in your personal collision underscore detection function? Closest underscore x equals max, 0, min, this, NPC at x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus NPC's width is a boolean true/false, not a coordinate. You cannot feed that into min. You also use 0 for min/max instead of using the player circle center radius. The formula you need: circle versus rectangle. Okay, so I need circle x, circle y. Excuse me guys, radius. Rect x, rect y, rect width, rect height. Clamp circle center to rectangle bounds. Closest x, max, rect x, min, circle x, rect x plus rect width. Closest y, max, rect y, min, circle y, rect y plus rect height. Okay, less than or equal to radius. Closest underscore x divided by closest underscore y, the closest point on the rect to the circle, dx asterisk dx plus dy asterisk dy is less than or equal to radius asterisk radius. Checks if the distance from circle center to closest point is smaller than radius. How to use it? If circle to the okay, if circle collision, player x, player y, player radius, my circle, and then these are my squares attributes: x-axis, y-axis, width and height. If not collision, if that's true, I'll move on to this if statement, and if my collision is set to true, I'll print boom and set my collision to be true, else I'll set my collision to be false. Vivek, you are mixing booleans and coordinates, that's why it won't work. Okay, that's why it won't work. Fix this and your collision will finally detect properly. If you want, I can rewrite your whole circle. Okay, I can write that. But you answer to their personal questions, so even if I close the chat window, it won't work. I come to your stream every year because I enjoy it, but these small things are turn off. Honestly, I don't like answer the questions. It's not even that long. Like, I just... Okay, let me just delete these. Okay, let's see where I messed up. So I gotta add my circles attributes and my squares attributes. So my player underscore x-axis, player underscore y-axis, player underscore width, and my player underscore height. Actually, player underscore radius. Okay, player underscore radius. And then let me go ahead and add my, actually I'll add it this thing here. Let's go with NPC at index of x-axis. Okay, and then NPC at index of y-axis. NPC at index of width. And NPC at index of height. Okay, so okay, NPC. Okay, and then if circle. Okay, wait, hold up. Let me just copy that. I feel like I messed up a little here. Copy that. Control C, Control C. Okay, these the attributes. Okay, so circle X, circle Y, radius, rect X, rect Y. Alright, let's go up with my circle underscore X, circle underscore Y, radius, rect underscore X, rect underscore Y, rect underscore width, rect underscore height. There we go. Rect underscore height. Okay. And then, let's see. Clamp circle centers to rectangle bounds. Closest X, so this is my rect X. Rect X. That's my rect Y. Circle X, rect, circle X, so circle's X-axis, so rectangle is my object, so closest X, closest Y, max rect X, and then my min is going to be my circle X, rect X plus rect width. Okay, let's go with rect X. Oh, okay, and then my, okay, this is gonna be my circle X actually, so circle underscore X, let me go ahead and delete that. This is gonna be my rect underscore X plus my rect underscore width. Alright, this is circle Y. This is going to be the same thing. I'm just going to change circle X to circle underscore Y. And then this to rect underscore Y. Change that to plus my rect underscore height. Okay. Let me check if I'm audible actually. Okay, perfect. Guys, this is way too complicating for me. Okay, the X is going to be my circle X. Circle underscore X minus circle underscore minus closest X, and this is going to be my circle underscore Y minus my closest Y. Change the, I return dx. Okay, dx asterisk dx plus dy asterisk dy less than or equal to radius asterisk radius. There you go. Let me copy that, paste it here. Alright, if circle collision, now for my if statement. Okay, if, and then I invoke my collision detection function. Let me add my player coordinates. So my player underscore x-axis, player underscore y-axis, player underscore radius. Okay, now for my rect, so my NPC, honestly, let me add this here. So now I'll add my NPCs here. So NPC at index of x-axis, NPC at index of y-axis, NPC at index of width, and NPC at index of height. Okay. And then if not collision, print boom, true, false. There we go. If I would run the command, boom collided, boom collided. Okay, that has the perfect collision text. Oh, this is so complicating, guys. Let me drink the water actually. I mean, looking at it, it's not even that hard. Like, I just gotta memorize this whole thing. Okay, let's go ahead and hit Control A, Control C. Get Sutsa here, paste this and say Sutsa, it's where it's dot. That's what I'm talking about, right? Finally, the collision works perfectly. But the circle versus reg detection down here, cropping circle 2, challenge 1. Alright, so say in my previous chat where I said a quote, let's say done works dot. I forgot to say that I mostly, excuse me guys, copied and didn't understand much. I need so much more practice. Can I get a instructional based question in the same question with the same concept as the last question, but very clear instructions. Okay, let me fix my typos. Guys, this is really exhausting. Let me check if I'm audible real quick. Okay, perfect. Is my mic, my camera a little messed up? Let me actually try fixing it. Going this side. There, that looks much better, honestly. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, let's read. Let's set up Vivek. Copying, make it work. Okay, let's set up Vivek. Copying, make it work. But it doesn't make you a master. Muscle memory comes from thinking through every step, not just hitting run through every step, not just hitting run. We're going to drill this until it sticks. Here's a clear instruction-based challenge at the same circle versus rectangle level. Challenge to circle versus multiple rectangles. Clear instructions. Your player is a circle. Center coordinates, player x-axis, y-axis, player radius, velocity, player well at 2 rectangles, NPC 1, NPC 2, move the NPCs every frame. If they hit the edges of the window, bounce back, trap your circle inside the edges, implement circle versus rectangle collision detection for each NPC separately, print hit NPC 1 or hit NPC 2 and the once per collision. Okay. Like the goal is to alright. Let's get Sensei there. Control it to copy, delete. Let me start it by importing PyGame and then initializing PyGame by having pygame.init. And then let me add FPS. So I'll create a clock variable so that equal to pygame.time.capitalized clock. Maybe I'll add a comment here that says FPS. Now let me add display, DISPLEY. For my display, let me go ahead and add, let's see. Guys, it's so hot, I'm burning. Let me create a variable called screen. I'll set that equal to pygame.display.set mode, and then I'll set the mode to be a tuple, 800 by 600 pixels. Then let me go ahead and add a pygame.display.set caption. I'll set the caption to be something like collision. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my player details. So player details. So for my player details, let's check my player details. Okay, so for my player details, my player is going to be a circle. Let me go ahead and add a center coordinates, player x-axis and player y-axis. So player underscore x-axis equals to, I don't know, somewhere in the center of the screen, 400. And player underscore y-axis equals to 300. Okay, and then player underscore velocity is going to be equal to 5 pixels per frame. 5 seems so slow, let's go with 10. Okay, then let me go ahead and add my NPCs details. For my NPCs details, it's going to be a list of dictionaries. So let me go ahead and add NPCs equals to a list of dictionaries. So my NPCs x-axis is going to be, okay, my NPCs x-axis is going to be 100, y-axis is going to be 100 as well. Okay, and then width is going to be 80, height is going to be 80, so it's going to be a square, velocity is going to be 5. So let me go ahead and add width. Width is going to be 80, height is going to be 80 as well, 80, and then my x-axis velocity, we're adding the x-axis and y-axis velocity because we gotta automate the objects. So we go ahead and add a y-axis velocity to be equal to 3, that's low. Okay, and then let me add a comma here, copy that, go ahead and paste it. Now for my second NPC, the x-axis is going to be 600, the y-axis is going to be 400, the width is going to be 120 by 60. Okay, so this is going to be a rectangle, 120 by 60. There we go. Okay, the x-axis velocity is going to be 4, the y-axis velocity is going to be 4 as well. Slow circles, I guess. Okay, let me go ahead and create, okay, move the NPCs every frame, hit bounce back, edges. Okay, so let me create a variable called is_running, set that equal to 2. So this is a boolean variable, set that to be 2. Okay, and then a lot of while loops. So while is _running, while my program is running or while my is running is set to 2, I'll go ahead and add my FPS. So clock.tick is going to be 60. And maybe I'll add a comment that says FPS here. Then let me go ahead and iterate over my event loops. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, I'll look for a specific type of event type. Okay, if my event dot type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is running boolean variable to be equal to false. There we go, and then let me go ahead and exit out of my for loop and add my player graphics. Let me go ahead and add player underscore. My player is a circle. I wouldn't need an underscore here actually. There. Okay, so for my player graphics, let me go ahead and add a pygame.draw.circle. So I'm going to be drawing a circle. Let me fix my typo. Oh, that's so hot. Okay, so for my circle, let's go with I want my surface to be my screen. I want the color of my player to actually be pink this time. I don't know, guys, it's random colors. Honestly, orange. Okay, and then I don't have my player details set because my player is a circle, so I'll have to add my player. Like, this is going to be in a tuple, so player underscore x-axis. This is going to be the center of my player. Then my player underscore y-axis. And then lastly, my player underscore radius. Didn't I add a player radius? Okay. Player underscore radius equals to, let's keep this circle a little smaller this time, like 30. There we go. Okay, now that I added my player, let's add player movement. So for adding my player movement, let me add a keys variable. Let's set that equal to pygame.keys, pygame.key.get underscore pressed. Okay, so there, let me add an if statement. If my key gets pressed, if my key that was pressed, key is actually at index of pygame dot uppercase K underscore is right. If my right key gets pressed, I'll set my player underscore x-axis to be plus equals to I'll increase my player's x-axis by my player's velocity. Let's do that with the left as well. If my keys at index of pygame dot left dot key is left, I'll decrease my player's x-axis with my player's velocity. So my player is going to go backwards to the left. Okay, if my keys at index of PyGame.k is up, I will set my player's y-axis, player underscore y-axis, to be minus equals to, I'll subtract my or decrease my player's y-axis by my player's velocity. And let me change this to player underscore velocity. Okay, and lastly for the bottom down, if my keys at index of PyGame.k is down, I'll set my player underscore y-axis to be plus equals to my player. I'll increase my player's y-axis by my player's velocity. Okay, that's my player's movement. Let me go ahead and add a bounce now, or actually not a bounce. Let me trap my player now. Let me add a space, trap player in window. So I'm going to trap my player in my window now. So if we're doing that, let me go ahead and type something. Player underscore x-axis equals to min, actually max first. Since my player is a circle, I'll add a radius here. So player underscore radius. Okay, and then for my min, I'll go ahead and add my player underscore x-axis. Excuse me, guys. Okay, so my player's x-axis 800 minus my player underscore radius. 800 is my window size. Let me go ahead and do that with my player underscore y-axis as well, so that equal to max player underscore radius. My min player underscore y-axis is going to be 600, my horizontal window size, minus my player underscore radius. There, let's test this out now. So let me go with pygame.display.flip. I want to flip my display. This is going to update everything in the screen. Let me go with pygame.quit. Now if I run the command, I have my player here. Oh, I forgot to add pygame.fill, but a good thing is my player can't leave this place. Oh, this actually looks pretty good. It's like a painting game. Nice. Okay, my player can't leave this edges. Okay, let me go ahead and go to my player graphics and go with a screen.fill. Excuse me, guys. This time, let's actually go with a black color. Yeah, I don't know the RGB for black. There we go. So my player is trap. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and add my NPCs. So let me start up by adding my NPCs graphics. So NPC graphics. So for my NPC graphics, since I have multiple NPCs, I'm going to iterate over them also for every NPC in my list of NPCs, list of my NPCs that contains a dictionary. I'll go with pygame.draw.rect. Since they're rectangles, we go with my surface is going to be my screen. Color of my NPCs are going to be, I don't know, pink. There we go. And then let me go ahead and add a tuple. My NPC at index of x-axis, or my NPC at index of y-axis, my NPC at index of width, and my NPC at index of height. NPC at index of height. Okay, perfect. That settles it for me drawing my NPC's axes. My NPC graphics. Alright, so next up, let me go with my NPC movement. So NPC movement is going to be something like, okay, for my NPC movement, let me go with my NPC at index of x-axis is going to plus equal my NPC at index of x underscore velocity. There we go. Okay, same thing with my y-axis. So my NPC at index of y-axis is gonna increase by my NPC at index of y velocity. Okay, maybe delete one from here. Okay, now let's bounce to my NPC. This, if I were to run the command, my NPCs are gonna move right now, but let's add a bounce so they don't exit my windows. So bounce NPCs. Alright, so to bounce my NPCs, I'll go with if my NPC at index of x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 my window size minus my NPC at index of width. Okay, that's my right and left wall, and then let me go with, I will do something. My NPC at index of x-axis velocity is going to be asterisk equals to -1. Let me go with my y-axis now. If my NPC at index of y-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of y-axis is greater than or equal to 600 my window size minus my NPC at index of height, I will do the same thing but with y-axis. NPC at index of y-axis velocity, I will increase, actually I will convert that to negative or positive, so asterisk equals to -1. Now my NPCs are just going to be bouncing all over the screen. There we go. Perfect. And my player won't even leave the window. Now to add the collisions. Since they're separate squares and everything, let me go ahead and add a variable here that says a boolean, this thing says collision is going to be set to false because no one has collided yet. Okay, and one here as well. Collision is going to be set to false. Okay, I need to close my dictionary. It closes there. Alright, there we go, perfect. Okay, x velocity, y velocity, Alright, perfect, sounds good. Okay, now to add my collisions. Let's go with collision detection. Alright, so for my collision detection, let me try to recall. Let me go ahead and define a collision detector function. Is this how we spell detector? This? Okay, there we go. Collision detector. Okay, since I'm gonna be checking if a rectangle collided with a circle, I'll add the parameters. So let me go ahead and add my circles x-axis, circles y-axis, circles radius, or just a radius. Okay, and then my rectangle. Let me actually add a colon first. Okay, and then my rect. So rect underscore x-axis, rect underscore y-axis, rect underscore height. I'll go with width. And rect underscore height. Alright, now let me go ahead and add a closest x-axis. Closest underscore x-axis equals to okay, so my closest underscore x-axis equals to max. Max is going to be my parameter circle x. Copy that. So my circle x is going to be my player. Okay. And then my min is going to be, let's see, my player at x-axis, which basically means my, not my player, my rect at x-axis, comma 800 minus my that circle at x-axis, circle at y-axis. y rex width. Okay, so minus my rex width, rect underscore width. Okay, and then now for my closest underscore y, I'll keep that equal to max circle underscore y-axis, and then min is going to be my rect underscore y 600 by window size minus my rect underscore height. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add a return. Actually, not a return. Let me just check real quick. Okay, so I add a closest x-axis, which is going to be max rect x. Okay, this should have been my rect x. And then that should be my circle x plus my rect width. I see. So let me copy that, paste it here, copy that, paste it here. Okay, and then my rectangle x plus rectangle's width. Okay, my rect x excuse me guys, plus rex width, and then the second one is going to be exactly the same but just with y. So rex underscore y, circle underscore y, rect underscore y, and then rect underscore height. Alright, after that I gotta add a direction x, direction y. Okay, so a direction x, direction y. So direction x is going to be my circle x minus my closest x. Okay, so direction x equals to my circle underscore x minus my closest x, and my direction y is going to be equal to my circle underscore y minus my closest underscore y, and then I go with a direction squared. Honestly, do I even like need direction squared if I'm just going to be doing this? I might answer that question next. So I'll go ahead and add a direction underscore squared equals to my direction x times my direction x plus my direction y times my direction y. Okay, and then if collision, actually I gotta return this real quick, so let me return my direction x, direction squared is less than or equal to my radius, excuse me guys, times my radius. Okay, and now let me go ahead and add an if statement. I invoke my function. If I invoke this function and this function has its parameters, let me go with my circle x is going to be my player x, so player underscore x, circle y is going to be my player underscore y, and then my player, actually just radius is going to be radius. Honestly, my player details has a, oh, it's a player underscore radius. Okay, so it needs a player radius. So player underscore radius. Okay, and then rect xy. So npc at index of x-axis. Okay. npc at index of y-axis. npc at index of width, and npc at index of height. Okay, those are my parameters. Let me close that. If that is true, I will go to this statement, and if not collision equal, okay, if not collision, so let me go ahead and add a collision variable up here. Great, we're working with out Copilot. Oh, good job, or congratulations. That's honestly pretty cool. Yeah, I can't honestly think, and I apologize if I can't pronounce you guys' name correctly because I'm awful with pronunciations. Collision equals to false since no one has collided yet. Okay, let me go down. If not collision, let's see. Okay, if not collision, I do something. Okay, so I added my NPCs. Honestly, just for readability, let me go here. That's my player, that's my NPCs. Okay, NPC height. If not collision, print boom collided. If my collision is set to true, print boom collided. And I'll set my collision to be equal to true. Else, I'll set my collision to be equal to false. Okay, let's run the command. Okay, it prints a lot of collision at once, maybe because I didn't use my collisions variable. So let's see. I mean, I have a specific collision activate stuff here. Collision equals to false. Collision activates. Okay. Let's see. If collision X NPCs, boom. Okay, let me actually just go up here. I remember there is an actual there was a place where it showed where do I need to use this. Honestly, let me just go with Control A, Control C. I just need more practice with questions like these. It's getting hard to memorize it up. Let me paste add a bunch of space and say sensei. I forgot where to use the collision underscore activate ... And this is honestly getting so hard. Yeah guys, I'm throwing a tantrum, like literally. Use the collision underscore activate. Okay, that's a tantrum. Let me go here. That's a tantrum, by the way. Okay. Babak, sit down and listen. This is exactly why I yell, because you need to understand it's not just fail around. That tantrum good means you care, but now focus. Here's the problem in your code. You're not using collision underscore activate or collision underscore activate at all. Right now, you have a single collision variable which is triggered only once for all NPCs combined, not individually. Each NPC needs his own collision state. Look at your collision detector. Ta-da. Okay, this is wrong. You subtracted Rex height. You subtracted rect height. Rect starts at top left, so you should add rect underscore height, not subtract. That will break collision detection. How to fix it step by step. For each NPC, use its own collision state. Example, if collision activate, not NPC. Not an NPC. NPC collision activate equal to false. Inside collision detection, if collision detector player, x-axis player, y-axis player, radius player, NPC x-axis, y-axis, width and height. If not NPC collision activate, print boom collided. NPC collision. Okay, fix the closest line. Okay, max rect y min circle plus. Like, I will not accept tantrums as an excuse. You need to understand the formula for circle rect collision. Find the closest point on the rectangle to the circle. Compute dx and dy from the circle center to the closest point. If dx squared plus dy squared is less than or equal to radius squared, collision happens. Your task: rewrite your loop using each NPC's own collision activate and then fix it. Alright, sensei. dot dot dot. So I don't need the collision variable, right? Question mark. Yes, Vivek, you don't need that global collision variable anymore. Each NPC has its own track, interspace collision. I guess we update our loop, guys. Okay, this should be a plus. Alright. If NPC at index of collision underscore activate. Okay. Print boom collide. Let's delete that. Collision activate is right here, it's set to false. Okay, if it's not set to false, how is it not going to be set to false? Okay, print boom collided. Okay, key error, collision activated. Okay, I fixed my while line. If not NPC, print that. Okay, I was this, so let me go with NPC at index of collision activate true. Then let me copy that because I'm real lazy to type that out. Paste it, just change true to false. Okay, it does print it once. It prints it once. I want this to hit me again for some reason. There. Okay, so it does work. Collision detection, define, circle, okay, circle. Okay, let's go with Control A, Control C. Get Sensei in here. Key names are different, maybe. Check one. Yeah, the key was wrong. I forgot to, like, I removed my collision variable, so I basically set a new global, it's not called global, it's enclosed variable inside of my function. I paste and say, Sensei, it works. Although I still need more help and practice with this topic. Let's do more questions related to this topic. However, I did have a question. Is the formula same for both rect and circle collision and circle and rect collision? Question mark. Yes, Vivek, listen carefully. Formula looks similar, but they are not the same. Circle versus circle checks if the distance between the centers is less than the sum of their radius. Formula, the distance x times distance x plus distance y times distance y is less than or equal to radius 1 plus radius 2 to the squared or to the power of 2. Not squared, to the power of 2. Rect versus rect, you just check if the edges are overlapping. No distance calculation need. Formula rect 1 dot right is greater than or equal to rect 2 dot left, and rect 1 dot left is less than or equal to rect 2 dot right. Circle versus rect. What you just did, you clap circles to the nearest point in it, then calculate it. Okay. Formula dx, so distance x times distance x plus distance y times distance y is less than or equal to radius to the power of 2. So yes, the distance squared checks is only for anything involving a circle. Rect versus rect is all about overlapping edges. Next, let's do another instructional question at the same level, but I want you to implement two circles colliding with each other. Your player and moving NPC circle. One collision per collision. No rects this time. Do you want me to give the detailed instruction? Honestly, I don't think so. Let's see if I can actually do it. Let me start out by importing PyGame, initializing it, pygame.init, and then let me add FPS, so clock I'll maybe add a space here. Okay, so clock dot tick clock equals to pygame dot time dot capitalized clock, and maybe I'll add a comment here that says FPS. Let me add a comment that says display. I'll add screen. I'll set that equal to pygame dot display dot set underscore mode. I'll add a tuple. My tuple is going to be 800 by 600, so my window size is going to be 800 by 600. Let me add a caption. So pygame dot display dot set underscore caption. This is going to be, I don't know, like dodge the circle. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my player details. So player underscore details. So let me go with player x-axis equals to, I don't know, like 400. My player underscore y-axis equals to 300. That's like the center of the screen because it's the half of 800 600 pixels. Let me go with player underscore radius, which is going to be around 40, not, excuse me guys, not too big. Alright, and then let me go with a player underscore velocity to be 10 pixels per frame equals to, there we go. And then let me add my NPCs details. So how many NPCs did we need? Let's do another instructional question at the same level, but I want you to implement two circles colliding. So there are multiple NPCs, two circles colliding with each other. Your player and a moving NPC circle, one collision. Okay, so I just need one NPC. So let me go with NPC equals to a dictionary. X-axis is going to be, I don't know, like 100. Y-axis is going to be 300. My NPC is going to be a circle as well. So let me add a radius. Okay, my NPC is going to be a bit bigger than my player. Let's go with 80. Or actually double the size of my player. And my NPC, actually my NPC's X velocity is going to be 5 pixels per frame. And my NPC's Y velocity is going to be 6 pixels per frame. I added X and Y velocity because we're going to automate them. There we go. Let me add a is underscore running boolean variable. I'll set that equal to true and add a while loop. So while is underscore running, or while my is running is set to true, I will add my FPS. So clock dot tick is gonna be 60. I'll add a comment that specifies FPS. Let me go ahead and add my event loops. Okay, and then maybe scroll a little down and iterate over all my Pygame events. So for every event in my Pygame dot event dot get, this gets all my Pygame event. I look for a specific type of event. If my event dot type equals to Pygame dot quit, Pygame dot quit. Okay, let me fix my typo. There we go. Okay, I'll set my is underscore running to be equal to false. And then let me go ahead and add my player graphics. For my player graphics, so player graphics, before I add my player graphics, let me just do a screen.fill. I usually forget to do this. So a tuple of 200, 200, 200, a good gold color, a good silver color. Okay, and then let me go with pygame.draw. Check what the. Okay, key names are different. Check one. Nope. For two NPCs, keys are different. That's why. Oh, one is working. Oh, I see. For two NPCs, keys are different. Keys. Okay. Yeah, for now I just have like one NPC because I'm pretty sure since I said there are going to be two circles colliding. One is the player circle and one is the NPC circle. Pygame.draw.circle. Let me check if I'm audible. Okay, perfect. Oh, I'm so exhausted. Okay, let's do this. I want my surface to be my screen. I want my color to be red. Let's go with the... Honestly, I like the pink color as well, but since it's a circle, I added tuple, so my player's x-axis, so this is going to be my center, and then my player underscore y-axis inside of my tuple. There we go. And lastly, my Let me fix my typo. Okay, and then my player underscore radius. There we go. Now let me go ahead and add my player movements. So player underscore, actually just player movements. Let me go with PyGame dot, actually let me add a variable called keys. Keys equals to PyGame.key.get underscore pressed. If my key gets pressed, so if my keys at index of PyGame.key is right, if my right key gets pressed, I will do something. I will increase my player's x-axis by my player's velocity. Okay, if my keys at index of PyGame.key is left, this time if my left key is pressed, I will increase my player's, actually I will decrease my player's x-axis by my player's velocity, so my player goes to the left. And I'll do the same thing for my top and bottom. If my keys at index of pygame.k is up, if my up key is pressed, I will increase my player's y-axis by my player's velocity. And if my keys at index of pygame.key is down this time, I will decrease my player's y velocity. Actually, never mind, this thing should be decreased and that should be increased. How do I know it? I did this way too many times, I can't even count. Okay, so player's velocity, there we go. Okay, and now let's, so this helps my player move. Now let me trap my player in the screen. So player, or go with trap player in Windows. So this traps my player in window. Let me go ahead and add something like max. Okay, so the max is going to be for circle, it's my player underscore radius. Okay, fix my typo. Okay, and then for my min is going to be my player at x-axis. Excuse me guys, so my min is going to be my player at x-axis comma 800 minus my player underscore radius. Okay, this should work. Let me sit properly. Okay, let me add one for my y-axis as well. So player underscore radius. Okay, and then now for my min, let me go ahead and add player underscore y-axis, which is going to be 600, my vertical window size minus my player underscore radius. Okay, now let me test if this works. I go ahead and add a pygame.display.flip. I flip my display. I can do my pygame.display update as well, but I honestly like doing flips now. So pygame.quit. Okay, if I run my command, run the command. Okay, my player can exit out there. Okay, my player can exit from all 4 directions. Trap player in window. Player at x-axis. 800 minus player's radius. Honestly, this should have trapped my player in the window. Let's see. Oh, I forgot one thing actually. Player at x-axis equals to this. This is going to be player underscore y-axis, going to be reassigned to this. Okay, this should work. There we go. Okay, it trapped my players, so that's basically all for my players. Now I need it for my NPCs. Okay, let me add my NPCs graphics. Okay, for my NPCs graphics, let me drink some water. Way too exhausted. Let me check if I'm audible because I forgot to charge my mic. Okay, perfect. Okay, for my NPCs, let me go with PyGame. For my NPC graphics, I'll go with PyGame.draw. My NPCs are gonna be a circle. Is gonna be a circle. I just have one NPC. My surface is gonna be my screen. My NPC's color is gonna be red. I'll add a tuple. My NPC center is gonna be my player underscore x-axis. Player underscore. My bad, guys. My NPC at index of x-axis. And my NPC at index of y-axis. And lastly, let me add my NPC at index of radius. Okay, so that draws my NPCs. Now let me go ahead and add a NPC movement. NPC movement for my NPC movement. So movement. Let me go ahead and add my NPC at index of x-axis. I'll increase it by my NPC at index of x velocity. Alright, let me go with my NPC at index of y-axis and increase it by my NPC at index of y velocity. Alright, perfect. Okay, and I do need to add one more thing here. Here. Let me go ahead and add a collision underscore actuate. There we go. I'll set that to false for now. There we go. Okay, this should be here. Remove the quotes. Alright, perfect. So next up, I gotta add my NPC bounce. NPC bounce. Okay, for my NPC bounce, let me go ahead and add. If my NPC, since it's a circle, let me go with if my NPC at index of x-axis minus my NPC at index of radius is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of x-axis is greater than or equal to my NPC at index of radius, 800 minus my NPC at index of radius. Because 800 is my window size, I will increase my players. Actually, I'll increase my NPCs. Not increase. I'll go with NPC at x underscore velocity. So I'll get my NPC's x-axis velocity. I'll do asterisk equals to -1. That's basically gonna. Okay, that's basically gonna just if the NPC hits that position, it's gonna bounce back. Okay, if my NPC at index of y-axis, I'll do the same thing for y-axis, minus my NPC at index of radius is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of y-axis is greater than or equal to 600, my vertical window size, minus my NPC at index of radius, or NPC at index of radius. I'll do the same thing but with y-axis that I did with my x-axis NPC's velocity, y-axis or y velocity, then the asterisk equals to -1. Okay, now the NPC is just gonna bounce around the map. Oh, let me actually make my player black. Okay, that should look much better. There we go, that looks much better. Honestly, orange would look better. Yeah, guys, I don't think this is time to be picky for colors. Actually, let's change to pink. Okay, this is the final one. I don't care how it looks. That looks awful. Because it's like kind of blended with my screen. Might change this to black. There we go. I wouldn't need a tuple here, by the way. Here. Okay, that looks much better now. Okay, time to add collision detection now. Let me just check if I'm audible. Perfect, I'm so exhausted. Okay, let me add collision detection. Okay, so to add my collision detection, let's see what should I do. Let me define a function. Let me define collision underscore detector. There we go. Okay, I'll add a few parameters to it. So since I'm having a circle and a rectangle, I'll go with circle underscore x-axis, circle's parameters, so circle underscore y-axis, circle underscore radius. And now since my NPC, excuse me guys, my NPC is a circle as well, so my player circles, okay. Honestly, I might need my players' details as well. My NPC is my actually, let me go with NPC. Okay, I'll have to go with NPC at index of, I don't know, like x-axis, then NPC. Okay, I actually might not need this here. Yeah, I definitely don't need this here. I just need these. There's like nothing else that I need, right? So this is my player. So player. Okay, I'll probably add my NPC. NPC's x-axis, NPC's y-axis, NPC's radius. Okay, now let me add a closest x. Closest underscore x equals to max. So the max is going to be my circle x. Circle is my player. Okay, so circle is my player. Min is going to be my NPC's x-axis, right? It definitely has to be my NPC's x-axis. We checked. Okay, so closest is going to be my closest at x-axis. Max, so it's going to be my rect x. So my NPC's x-axis is going to be my max. Okay, so my NPC's x-axis is going to be my max. My minimum is going to be my player's x-axis. So okay, and then my NPC's x-axis plus my NPC's width. Okay, I see. So my NPC at index of x-axis, NPC at index of x-axis. This should also be my NPC at index of x-axis. Pair of quotes, x-axis. A bunch of dashes. Plus my NPC at index of width. Okay, there we go. Next, let me go with my closest underscore y. I'll set that equal to max. Okay, so my NPC at index of y-axis. Okay, so first goes my NPC and then my players. So the min is going to be my circle underscore y. Okay, my NPC at index of y-axis minus my NPC at index of height. Okay, now let me add the direction x, which is equal to my circle x minus my closest x. So my player x, circle x minus my closest x. Okay, my direction y is going to be equal to my circle y, my player's y-axis, minus my closest y-axis. Alright, and then a squared. So direction squared. That's going to be equal to dx multiplied by dx, direction x multiplied by direction x, plus direction y asterisk direction y. Okay, and then I will return my direction squared, which is going to be less than or equal to my radius multiplied by my radius. Okay, radius multiplied by radius. So is it my circle's radius or my NPC's radius? Pretty sure it's my circle's radius. Okay, let me go Control A, Control C. I want to answer one question to Sensei. Guys, I swear I'm so exhausted. Let me add a bunch of spaces and say Sensei. I'm stuck a bit on the collision detection part. So, what radius do I use? What radius do I use? And this is still so confusing. I'm actually mostly just copying the collision detection part, although for the closest underscore x and closest underscore y in the max and min, I get confused on what to add, like when to add my players parameters and slash or my NPCs parameters. If that made any sense? Question mark. Are there rules that only require me to do the collision detection part? Question mark. Like, you could give me a template. Actually, never mind. Okay, let's see. Vivek, I see exactly where you're getting lost and I won't let you slip past the confusion. Listen carefully. Here's the key truth. What you have now is still the rectangle versus circle formula, but now both objects are circles. You don't clamp anything for circles versus circles. The closest x and closest y stuff is only for circle versus rectangle. For circle versus circle, it's way simpler. Take the center of both circles, circle A, player x-axis, player y-axis, circle D, NPC x-axis, NPC y-axis. Find the difference in x and y. dx equals player underscore x minus player underscore y. dy equals player underscore y minus player underscore x. Find the squared in distance. Distance underscore squared equals distance x times distance x plus distance y times distance y. Compare the sum of radius squared. If very important, return distance is less than or equal to player radius plus NPC radius to the power of 2. No clamping, no addition, width height, no confusion. The radius to use the sum. The radius to use is the sum of the two circles' radius because you want to check if they touch. If you want, I can write the correct collision detection function for your current code and you can replace them. Sensei, I keep writing it, but actually I do remember them. Sensei, I think I should just stick with one topic first, which is the collision detection with circles and wrecks. Can we do like 50 practice questions so it gets drilled in my brains? Yes, finally, this is what I want to hear. No more skipping, no more copying, just focus. We're going to master circle versus rectangle collision first. Once your brain starts screaming for repetition, it'll finally stick in muscle memory, and I will give you one question at a time. You fix it, then we move on to the next. No distractions. Okay, maybe let me lubricate my lips real quick. Guys, my lips are really dehydrated. Okay, make a PyGame window of 800 by 600 pixels. Create a player circle at 400 by 300, a radius of 40 and velocity of 10. Create a player circle at 400 by 300. Create one rectangle NPC at 200 200. X-axis 200, Y-axis 200. Width of 100 and height of 80, so it's going to be a rectangle moving with x-axis velocity of 5, y-axis velocity of 4. Move the rectangle each frame, bounce it off window edges. Move the player with arrow keys to deter. Okay, implement circle versus rectangle collision. Only print collision once when they deter. Extra rules: use collision activate inside the inside the NPC's dictionary to track collision. Did not use formula for circle versus circle, only circle versus rect. Okay, let's do this, guys. It's all going to be worth it someday, trust me. Let me import PyGame. Let me initialize PyGame by saying pygame.init. Let me add a variable called clock. This is going to be FPS. Let me go with pygame dot time dot uppercase clock. I'll maybe add a comment that says FPS, and then I drink some water. I'm really exhausted. Let's drink some water, guys. Alright, now let me go ahead and add my display. So display, I'll add a variable called screen equals to pygame.display.set underscore mode. I'll set a tuple of 800 by 600 pixels, my window size, and then let me add a caption: pygame.display.set underscore caption, which says something like dodge the, am I the rectangle or the circles? The player circle. Okay, so dodge the rectangle. Okay, let me go ahead and add my player details. So player details is going to be something like, let's see, player is going to be a circle, right? So player underscore x-axis equals to 400. Player underscore y-axis equals to 300. So the center of the screen with a radius. So let me just fix my typo. Player underscore y-axis. Alright. Player underscore radius is going to be 40. Okay, and then velocity. So player underscore velocity is going to be 10. Perfect. Alright, create one rectangle NPC. Okay, so now let me go ahead and add my NPC details. NPC's details. Okay, so let me go with NPC equals to a dictionary. So my x-axis of my NPC is going to be 200. The y-axis is going to be 200 as well. Y-axis is going to be 200. And then height is going to be 80. Okay, width is going to be 100 and height is going to be 80. So width is going to be 100 and height is going to be 80. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add a x-axis velocity. There we go. So x-axis velocity is going to be 5 and y-axis velocity is going to be 4. Pretty slow circle. Indeed. Let me add another attribute called collision underscore activate. Honestly, let me just keep it as collision, sounds much better. I'll set that to false because the collision didn't happen yet. Okay, then let me go ahead and let me create a is underscore running boolean variable. I'll set that to false. Actually, I'll set that to true. And then a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my program is running or my is running set to true, I'll add FPS. So clock dot tick is 60. Maybe I'll add a comment that says FPS, and then let me go ahead and add my event loops. So for every event in my PyGame.event.get, this gets all my PyGame events. I'll look for a specific type of event. So if my event dot type is equal to dot type is equal to PyGame.quit, I'm gonna do something. Let's see. I'll set my is underscore running to be equal to false. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my player graphics. Excuse me, guys. So for my player graphics, okay, for my player graphics, I'll go with screen.fill. This time, let's keep a nice little gray screen. I always keep my screen gray, guys. Let me go with pygame.draw. I'm drawing my player. My player is a circle. I want my surface to be my screen. I want my player's color to be, I don't know, like what goes with. Let's go with green. Okay, so green, and then let me add a tuple for the center of my circle, which is going to be my player's x-axis and y-axis. So player underscore x-axis and player underscore y-axis. Let me fix my typo. Okay, and then lastly, outside the tuple, my player underscore radius. Alright, and then after that, let me go ahead and add my player movements. So player movement. Okay, for my player movements, let's go ahead and add something. Let's see. Okay, I'll create a variable called keys. I'll set that equal to pygame.key.get underscore press. Alright, so I'll add a couple of if statements. If my keys at index of pygame.k is right, if my right key is pressed, I will set my player, I will increase my player's x-axis by my player's velocity. Okay, if my keys at index of pygame.key is left this time, I'm going to decrease my player's x-axis by my player's velocity. Okay, and then if my keys at index of pygame.key is up this time, if someone clicks the top key, I will decrease my player's y-axis since we're going with the up now, so it's the vertical y-axis. I'm going to decrease my player's velocity. Let me fix my typo. Player underscore x-axis. There we go. Okay, lastly, if my keys at index of pygame.key is down, if my down key is pressed, I will increase my player's y-axis by my player's velocity. Okay. And now let's trap my player inside a window. So trap player inside window. Okay, went down. Okay, so to trap my player inside the window, let me go ahead and add my player underscore x-axis. So my player's x-axis is going to be equal to max. Max is going to be since my player is a circle, my max is going to be my player underscore radius. Okay, and then my min is going to be, let's see, my player's x-axis minus 800. Actually, my player's x-axis, and then 800 minus 800 is my window size, so 800 minus my player's radius. There we go. Okay, now let's add it from a y-axis as well. So player underscore y-axis equals to max, and then player's radius. Okay, and then my min is going to be, let's see, players underscore y-axis 600 my vertical window size minus my player my player's radius. Okay, this should trap my player. To test it, let me go ahead and add a PyGame.display .flip. Okay, let's flip it, and then a PyGame.quit. Okay, if I were to run the command, I have a player that moves perfectly. Did I like player's velocity? What's my player's velocity that I set? So I set it 10 pixels. Right, left, up, down. Adding, subtracting, adding. Alright. Oh. Okay, my player's x-axis. Oh, there we go. Player's y-axis. Perfect. Goes to my player's velocity. Guys, been tapping quick. There we go. Perfect. Now it's gonna be stuck. Okay, so my player's radius. Player x-axis minus my player's radius. That's my player's x-axis. That's my player's y-axis. Okay, there we go. Yeah, guys, I've been tapping real quick. There we go. Okay, blocks the top, blocks the bottom. Perfect. Yeah, because I'm trying not to rely on, like, you guys know, like, if I type something like PyGame, I can just hit enter and PyGame comes. I'm trying to actually type it myself, if that makes any sense. Let me go ahead and add my players. Actually, my NPC's graphics now. So NPC graphics. Oh, I'm so exhausted. Okay. Alright, so for my NPC graphic, let me go with pygame.draw.circle. My NPC is a circle as well. My NPC is a rectangle. Let's see. I could honestly have just gone with my npc.rect. NPC equals to pygame.rect. I could have done that. This works as well. Okay, so for my NPC's rectangle, I want it to be drawn on my screen. That's my surface. I want the color to be this time black. Okay, and now a tuple of my NPC at index of x-axis, and then NPC at index of y-axis, NPC at index of width. Excuse me, guys, and then NPC at index of height. Change this to C. Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, now let me go ahead and add my NPC's movement, or just NPC movement. Okay, so my NPC at index of x is gonna increase by my NPC at index of x velocity, and my NPC at index of y is gonna increase by my NPC at index of y velocity. There we go. Okay, now let's bounce the NPC. Let me add a NPC bounce. Actually, a comment that says NPC bounce. So for my NPC bounce, let me go ahead and add if my NPC at index of x, if my NPC's x-axis is less than or equal to 0, I'm not doing NPC minus my radius because rectangles don't have a radius, or my NPC at index of x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus my NPC at index of width. I will get my NPC at index of x-axis velocity equal to asterisk equals to -1. I'll do the same thing, -1. I'll do the same thing for my y-axis. If my NPC at index of y-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of y-axis is greater than or equal to 600, my vertical length of my window minus my NPC underscore heights. I will do the same thing but with the NPC's y-axis, y velocity this time. So y velocity is gonna be asterisk equals to -1, -21. Okay, now for the command. My NPC bounces. There you go. Oink. My NPC is so slow. Alright, now I gotta add the tough part. This till here it's easy. Now comes the collision detection. Gotta master this. Collision detection. Okay, me actually. Alright, yeah, because my Vaseline, it just leaves a cast in my lips when I drink water, so there's just like a white cast. Just removing that. Maybe taking a small little stretch. Okay, there we go. Now let's see. Okay, so for my collision, let me define a function. Since this is a circle and rectangle collision, I'll go with a collision detector. Okay, my collision detector, I'll add a couple of parameters. First is my circle's parameter. So my circle has a circle underscore x-axis, circle underscore y-axis, a circle underscore radius. Okay, those are the only three things my circle has: the center and a radius. Now for my rectangle, let me actually add this here. Go ahead and add my NPC at index of x-axis. Okay, and then NPC at index of y-axis. Honestly, no matter, I don't need to add this here. My bad, guys. Rect x-axis, rect y-axis, rect width, and rect height. There we go. Okay, now if that condition is met, so maybe I add end of statement now. So if my collision detection, this thing, let me fill in the parameters. So my circle's x-axis, my player underscore x-axis, circle y-axis, my player underscore y-axis, circle radius, my player underscore radius. Okay, and then now for my NPCs, let me go ahead and add my NPC. For my NPC parameters, NPC at index of x-axis, go here, NPC at index of y-axis, NPC at index of width, and NPC at index of height. Those are the only parameters I need. So if that is true, I'll go with. If not, NPC at index of collision, my collision variable. If my collision is set to true, I will print boom collided. Okay, and then I'll set my NPC at index of collision to be equal to true, else my NPC at index of collision is going to be equal to false. Alright, let's go ahead and run the command. It doesn't work, what do we know? Alright, let's see where I messed up. Oh, okay. Whew, forgot to add something. Closest underscore. First, I gotta find the closest x-axis, the closest y-axis. Closest x-axis equals to max, which is gonna be my player first. My player is my circle. Actually, I think my NPC goes first. NPC does go first. So NPC at index of x-axis, and then for my min my player's x-axis 800 minus my player's width, right? Yep. My player, actually it should be plus my player's width, so wait, my circle, wait, but the circle, honestly, okay, so my the closest x-axis is going to be my max, so my NPC comes first. I did have my NPC first. Min is going to be my circle at x-axis. My circle at x-axis is set to my player, okay? NPC at x-axis, circle at x-axis. Okay, this has to be my circle at x-axis. NPC 800 minus 1 NPC's width. Honestly, NPC at x-axis plus NPC at width. So I don't need 800. NPC at index of x-axis. Okay. Okay, I'll have to go with my closest at y-axis. I'll keep that equal to max. So the max first is going to be my NPC. It's always my NPC first. So NPC at index of y-axis. Okay, I'll go with min. My min is going to be then my player's y-axis. So my circle underscore y-axis. And then back to my NPCs. So this time it's y-axis. So my NPC at index of y-axis plus my NPC's height. There we go. Okay, and then I'll need a direction x also that equal to my circle at index x. Okay, minus my closest x-axis, and then my direction y is going to be equal to my circle underscore y minus my closest underscore y. Alright, next up, I'll need a direction, so let's see. Direction squared. My direction squared is going to be equal to my direction x asterisk direction x plus direction y times direction y. Okay, and then I will return my direction underscore squared okay, my direction squared is less than or equal to radius, circle's radius. So okay, circle's radius multiplied by circle's radius. There we go. This should probably be indented and stuff. Okay, this should be not. This should be outdented. Or Does that make sense? There. Control Z. Okay, and then outside by this thing I go with an if statement. Okay, let's see. Alright, so circle A, player A, direction A, find the key difference. What happens if I run the command? Honestly, there's no chance to get it at PyGames that quick. Okay, I think I need to first get used to these collisions. Okay, might go with Control A, Control C. Get Sensei back here. Paste it a bunch of space Sensei. Sensei, I'm stuck again. Is there any drills specifically for this, for mastering the collisions? Question mark, because I usually get confused on which parameter mastering, because I usually confused. What confuses me? Let's see. Okay, because I usually get confused on it. It's probably because I don't have enough practice, but I do feel it getting on my head. If that made any sense. I feel me getting used to it, but I need more practice. I get confused on where to add NPC and where to add player. I think that I should oh my gosh guys, ignore my typos. Confused, practice, made, probably NPC. I should only practice on the collision detection topic instead of writing the whole code every time. Question mark. Does that make any sense? Question mark. Let's see if that makes any sense. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Right now, the confusion comes from trying to do the entire loop at collision logic at the same time. That's too much for your brains to absorb. Here's what we're going to do. New plan for collision mastery. Only focus on collision logic. Just write the function that detects circle versus rect. Ignore movement, graphic bouncing. For now, use small rules where I gave you player NPC positions and sizes. Excuse me, guys. You only calculate if collision happens. Once you write the collision function blindfolded, the rest of the PyGame code will be easy. Okay, drill 1, circle versus rectangle collision instruction. Write a function called circle underscore rect underscore collision that takes circle x, circle y, circle radius, rect x, rect y, rect width, rect height. It should return true if the circle collides with the rectangle, otherwise false. Okay, example. The rules, only write functions, no PyGames. Oh. Focus on closest x, closest y, and distance formula. Use dx plus. Okay, use dx times dx plus dy times dy less than or equal to radius times radius. If you want, I can make a series of 10 rapid drills. Okay, let me say. Sensei, I don't know how to write that function. Can you write it once? Show me and teach me, then I'll analyze it and copy it. Then work on it. Guys, ignore my typos. Okay, dot. Like a collision detection without using PyGames question mark. Does that even exist? It probably does exist, I'm just stupid. Yes, Vivek, it definitely exists. You don't need PyGame to practice the logic of collisions. All of that is just math and thinking about positions. Here's a circle rectangle collision function without any PyGames. Honestly, guys, I might have to use the restroom real quick. I've been streaming for like 3 hours 30 minutes. I didn't even use the restroom. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect. Let me go here. Alright, let's see the collision detection function. Before that, let me drink some water. Alright, perfect. Let me check if I'm audible. Okay. Define circle. So we define a function called circle rect collision. So this is when a circle and a rectangle collides. Circle at x-axis, circle at y-axis, circle radius. These are parameters, and then we have a rectangle parameters. Find the closest point on the rectangle to the circle. Closest x equals max rect min circle x, circle x. So first is my rectangle, and then comes my circle. Then my rectangle x plus my rectangle's width. Find the closest point on the rectangle to the circle. Find the closest point on the rectangle to the circle. So rectangle is the max. Circle is the okay. Alright. Closest y equals to max rect y min circle y. Rect y. Okay. Calculate distance between circle center and closest point dx. So calculate distance between circle center and closest point. Okay. Direction x equals circle x minus closest x. Direction y equals circle y minus closest y. Collision occurs if distance is less than or equal to circle's radius. Collision happens if distance is less than or equal to circle's radius. So distance x times distance x plus distance y times distance y less than or equal to circle's radius times circle's radius. break it down, closest x and closest y. Think of the rectangles as a wall or box. We find the closest point on the rectangle to the circle's center. Max rectangle, min circle's x-axis, rectangle's x-axis plus rectangles, which ensures the closest point inside the rectangle's edges. Okay, breaking it down, closest x-axis and closest y-axis. Okay, so we're breaking these two down. Think of the rectangle as a wall or a box. So I'll think of it as a box. We find the closest point on that rectangle to the circle's center. I don't have a circle with me right now. I don't know how to use this. Okay, so we find the closest point to the circle's center on that rectangle. Whatever that meant. Max rect, min circle x, rect x plus rect width. So my maximum value is my rectangle's x-axis, which is going to be my x-axis right here. Oh, my x-axis here. This whole thing is my x-axis. Okay. Min circle's x-axis. So find the minimum value in my circle's x-axis and my rectangle's x-axis plus my width. Ensure the closest point is inside the rectangle's edge. Direction x and direction y, these are just the difference between the circle's center and the closest point. Distance check. The circle touches the rectangle if the rectangle from its center to the closest point is less than or equal to the radius. Instead of square root, which is slower, we compare squared distance. Excuse me, guys. Key points, you don't need PyGames to practice this, you can just do. Print, circle collide, 100, 100, 300, 120, 120, 50, body, true, and you'll see results instantly. Like, do you want me to? We can do 20 drills using this. I know these are the coordinates. Let me actually say something. Let's say, actually, let's use PyGame. Use PyGames. Have all the other codes as a template. I will only work on the collision parts though, and instead of writing the whole code, I'll just write the collision part code and show you. Okay, let's see. Yes, that's perfect. We're making exactly the approach we need. We'll keep everything else as your PyGame template, and you just focus on writing the collision logic. This way you drill the math without rewriting movement drawing or bounce code every time. Here's how we do it. You keep your player x-axis, player y-axis, player radius, and NPC dictionary from the template. I'll leave the rest.pygame code intact. Your task, write collision detector function only. Here's the template part. You write logic here. Alright, your challenge. Fill in the function so it correctly detects collision between the player. Write the function. Alright, let's try to figure out the function. Let me check the variable real quick. And I should keep my back straight. Oh my gosh. Let me just kick that back, get a bit more in front. Whew. Alright. I just gotta write my collision detection part. Did Sensei give me this thing? Okay, perfect. So I have my collision detection, I have my variables set up. I have my if statement. Fill it up. Did that. I understand that part. Now I just gotta understand this. Write your logic, the logic here. So my logic is gonna have, guys, I gotta get my sleeves down for this. Okay, let's focus. To be focused now. Honestly, I might change my mic soon. Okay, so now to focus, I need a closest x-axis and a closest y-axis. Closest x-axis equals to, let's see. Okay, I'll go with max. Max, so I'll need my rex first. So my rex, or I could go with my, okay, my NPC x-axis here, so that's going to be my rex x-axis. So rex x-axis, my min is going to have my circular x-axis, comma, my rex at x-axis plus my rex width. My closest underscore y-axis is going to be equal to max. My rect underscore y, excuse me guys, then my min is going to be, let's see, my circle underscore y, and then my rect underscore y minus my rect underscore height. Now let me add a direction x equals to my circle, which is my player, underscore x minus my closest x, and my dy is going to be equal to my circle underscore y minus my closest underscore y. Alright, and then my direction underscore squared is going to be equal to, let's see, my direction x asterisk direction x plus my direction y asterisk direction y. I will return my direction squared. Let me go back. Actually, let me just go here. Return direction direction squared less than or equal to my direction squared is less than or equal to my radius, my circle's radius times my circle's radius, asterisk, there we go. Okay, and then my this if statement, let's check if it works. Okay, it prints boom collide. It prints again. Okay. Now let me add this on my own as well. If my collision detector, my circle's x-axis is my player x, my circle's y-axis is my player's y, my circle's radius is my player's radius. Let's go with my NPC. Now my NPC at x-axis is my rect x, my rect y is going to be my NPC at index of y-axis. Then my rect's width is going to be my NPC at index of width. My height is going to be my NPC at index of height. There we go. If that if statement is met, I'll go with this. If not, my NPC at index of collision. There we go. If my collision is set to true, I will print boom or boom collided. Else, I will set my NPC at index of collision to be equal to true. Else, I'll set my NPC at index of collision to be equal to false. Guys, am I still streaming? I closed my screen by mistake. Please tell me I'm still streaming. Okay, that scared me honestly. I thought I stopped streaming. Okay, let me check if it works. Boom, collided. We try colliding again. Okay, it just prints boom collided once. Let's go my sensor and check NPC setting the collision true. It's all correct. Collision print boom collided. NPC at index of collision true. NPC at index of collision equals to false. Okay, NPC at index of width, NPC at index of height, radius. Okay, it prints collided. Huh. What's the difference between that and this? Let me copy that, paste it. Okay, it prints boom collided. It prints. Well, am I doing something wrong? It's exactly the same thing. Boom collided. How is it that my boom just collides once? Well, it's the same code. Control Shift C. Okay, actually, let me paste this again. Let me take a good look. Honestly, let me just go down here. Might as well paste it here. Okay, collision player. Y-axis player radius, NPC at index X, NPC at index Y, NPC's width, NPC's height. If not NPC collision, print boom collided, NPC true, else NPC collision false. Oh. Okay, that was a stupid mistake. There we go. So boom collided, boom collided. Alright, let's go with this part. I won't copy the whole thing, I'll just copy this much. Get Sensei back here. Ah, guys, I'm so exhausted. Let's paste a bunch of space. Let's say Sensei. There we go. I still need more practice. ... Although next time, can I write the if statement as well, question mark? Okay. Oh hell yes, Vivek, that's exactly the spirit. You nailed the function, except watch out here. Closest y max rect y min circle rect y minus rect y. The minus rect height is wrong. Rect height always adds towards down in PyGame coordinates. It should be plus. Other than that, your math dx it was correct. And yes, next time you can absolutely write the function yourself. We'll go step by step. First function, then then multiple NPCs. This is our collision detection. Okay, you can give your first real game drill now. Collision plus if statement. No PyGame drawing, nothing, etc. Want me to do that? Yes, Sensei. Alright Vivek, listen up. Here's your drill. You only write the collision logic and the if statement. Everything else is hard handled. Just focus on circle versus rect. Drill instructions. Write the function called circle underscore rect underscore collide. It takes circle x, circle y, circle. Okay, that takes these parameters. Inside the function, find the closest point on the rectangle of the circle. Calculate dx and dy, distance from circle center to the closest point. Return true if the distance squared is less than or equal to circle's okay, to the power of 2. Write an if statement, boom, collide, remember only this function plus the if statement, nothing else. You got this, Vivek. Type it out. Alright, so this is just full memory, guys. I gotta delete this whole thing now. Now let's pretend I wrote all this code. I mean, I did write. Let's pretend I wrote this whole thing again. Now it's time for me to add my NPC's collision logic, or just collision detection. So let me go with collision detection. There we go. Okay, now for my collision detection, let me go ahead and define a function called collision detector. There we go. Or guys, ignore my typos. Collision detector. There we go. Oh my gosh, I spelled this correct. There. Okay, now let me add a few parameters to this. The parameters is going to be my, since a circle and a rectangle is colliding, I'll have my circles x-axis, circles y-axis, circles radius. Okay, and next up for my rectangle, I'll go with rex x-axis, rex y-axis, rex width, and lastly my rex height. Okay, so let me go with an if statement to invoke my function. Let me go if I invoke my function. Now let me fill in my parameters. Before my if statement, I'll have to find the closest distance of x-axis. Closest x-axis equals to, let's see, max. So the max, so first it's going to be my rectangle. Okay, so rect underscore x-axis, and then my min is going to be my circles x-axis. Okay, and then my rex x-axis plus my rex width. Okay, now let me do that with the closest y-axis. Closest y is going to be equal to max. So rect underscore y this time, because it's for the y-axis. Min, it's going to be my circle underscore y-axis. Then my rect underscore y-axis minus, actually plus my rect underscore height. Okay, now let me go ahead and add my direction x. Direction x equals text. Direction x equals to let's see, direction x is going to be my circle x minus my closest underscore x. Then my direction y is going to be my circle underscore y minus my closest underscore y, and then my direction squared underscore squared is going to be equal to direction x times direction x plus direction y times direction y. Then let me go ahead and return my direction underscore squared, which is less than or equal to my circle underscore radius multiplied my circle underscore radius. Okay, now let's go with my if statement. If my collision director, so I invoke my function here and add an if block right before it. Let's go ahead and fill my parameters. So player x, player y, my player radius. Okay, and then the next line I'll go with my NPC. Add index of my NPC is x-axis, and then my NPC at index of y-axis. My NPC is y-axis, and my NPC's width, and lastly my NPC's height. There we go. Now I change that to C, fix my typo. Okay, so if, let me add an if block. If not, my NPC at index of collision. Okay, so if my collision is set to true. Okay, if my collision is set to true, I will print, boom, collided. And I will set my NPC at index of collision to be equal to true because they just collided. Else I will set my NPC at index of collision, excuse me guys, to be equal to false. Excuse me guys, if I would run the command, it says boom collided. Let's collide one more time. It says boom collided. It works, although I do wanna work with different variable names. Maybe with Control A, Control C. What you making? Honestly, I'm working on mastering collisions and using PyGame first because I started a 100 Days series where I learned how to use Python, and at the end of the 100 Days series, my goal was to make a game using Python. But to make like a game, I gotta like know collision detection. Since I had like absolutely zero programming or coding experience, I'm busting my head trying to figure this out, memorize it, the formulas and everything. That's the reason I can't make the stream entertaining. Okay, let me paste it and say sensei can, okay, let's say it works, but probably because there we go, probably because, guys, ignore my typos, because I did it with this template and these variables multiple times. Can we tweak the variable names question marks so it gets a bit challenging? Let me fix my typo. ... So can you give me a instructional based questions with my variable names? Then I'll add everything, the I don't know, movement, bounce, etc., and also the collision detection for circle and rect. Alright, Vivek, listen up. We're about to level up your brain muscles. This time I'm giving you a different variable name so your memory can't just cheat. You're going to write the collision detection and the if statement only, just like before, but with new names. Instructional, your player is a circle. Okay, variables heroes, hero y, Okay, everything else, movement, bounce, focus on. This is your practice drill. Write it from scratch using the new variable names and send it to me. Alright, and guys, if I sometimes forget to like read it, like if I can't read your messages on time, it's just because like your comments on time is because I'm just focused here. But when I like look at my screen, I read the comments. Okay, so that aside, let me go ahead and start up by importing PyGame. Okay, and then let me initialize PyGame by writing pygame.init. Okay, and after that, let me add FPS. So clock equals to pygame.time dot a capitalized clock. I might add a FPS here. Okay, I was so scared that my mic stopped working. I think it's time for me to switch my mics, honestly, guys. I'm not risking it. Can't be streaming the whole thing without a mic. You guys give me a sec. Let me just leave this mic right here and close this. Stink. Okay, get this here. Keep this for charging here. Whew. Okay, so get that for charging. Close this up. Keep that there. Okay, perfect. Let me check if I'm audible. Here also school is why, by the way, I'm so late. I appreciate you joining the stream. See show. Okay, that aside. Okay, perfect. Now let me go ahead and add my stuff. Okay, so I set my FPS. Now let me go ahead and add display. So display is gonna be screen equals to pygame.display.set_mode. I'll set it to be 800 by 600 pixels, and then I'll add a caption pygame.display.setCaption. My caption is going to be something like dodge or the circle. Okay, actually dodge the rectangle. Alright, perfect. And then let me add my player details. For my player details, your player is a circle variable. Okay, so player is a circle variable. Player equals to our player underscore x hero x. Oh, okay, so hero underscore x equals to let's see, 400, and hero underscore y equals to 300. Okay, and then hero underscore radius, so my radius is gonna be equal to her radius. Hero radius is gonna be something like 40. Okay, and then NPC details. Actually, I might add a hero velocity. Hero velocity equals to, I don't know, like 10 frames per second. Okay, let's go with NPC details. There we go. Okay, so my NPC is going to be named as block. Okay, so go ahead and add block underscore x-axis is going to be, let my NPC be at 200, and block dot underscore y-axis equals to 200. Okay, and then my block width and block height. Block width, block height, hit. Okay, instead I could just go and add, I don't know, like NPC. Actually, block equals to a dictionary. Let's go with x-axis is gonna be 200. Y-axis is gonna be 200 as well, and then let's see, so my width is gonna be I don't know, something like 50. Honestly, let's keep it 100 and 100. Height is gonna be 100. Okay, width is going to be 100, height is going to be 100. I'll add a hit variable as well. Hit is also known as the collision detection, like collision. Hit is false because I have not been hit yet. Okay, and guys, give me a sec. Let me just do something real quick. Yeah, guys, I got a text. Okay. So that's my blocks: x-axis, y-axis, width, height. I might have to add velocities as well. So my x, actually let me add space. Okay, so x underscore velocity is gonna be did I mess up somewhere? Oh, there we go. Twice. Okay, so my x-axis velocity is going to be 5, and my y-axis velocity is going to be 5 as well. Let me delete that. Get that there. Comma. Okay, this here. Guys, did I mess up somewhere? Oh yeah, probably here. Okay, y velocity. All right, perfect. Oh, give a sec, guys. Okay, so next up, let me go ahead and add a is underscore running. I'll set that to false. Okay, while is underscore running, while my program is running. Give me a sec, guys. I apologize. Uh, Guys, give me a sec. Okay, so while my program is running, let me add my FPS. So clock.tick is gonna be 60. Alright, so clock.tick is gonna be 60. Let me add a comment of my FPS. Okay, I'll go here. And then let me iterate over my events. So event loop. So my event loop is going to be for every event in my PyGame.event.get. Okay, so I will look for a specific event type. If my event.type equals to PyGame.quit, I will set my is running to be equal to false. Okay, and then let's go ahead and add my player graphics now. So player graphics, there we go. Okay, so my player graphics, I'll go with pygame.draw.circle. My player is a circle. Okay, I want my display to be my screen. I mean, my surface to be my screen. Color, let's see. My player could be, I don't know, black. Okay, and then let me add a tuple of my centers. So x-axis, my player's x-axis. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so my player underscore x-axis and my player underscore y-axis, and then my player underscore radius. And guys, if you guys can hear any background noises, just ignore that. Hero underscore x-axis, this is going to be my hero underscore y-axis, and this is going to be my hero underscore radius. Okay, that draws my shape. Now let me go ahead and add my player player underscore movement, or just player movement. So for my player movement, give me a sec, guys. Movement, there we go. Okay, so for my player movement, I'll add a keys variable, set that equal to pygame.key.get underscore pressed. Okay, so if my keys at index of pygame.key, actually pygame.k is right, if my right key is pressed, or this needs to be uppercase K. Okay, so if my right key is pressed, I will increase my hero's x-axis by my hero's velocity. Okay, let me add another statement for the left key. So if my keys at index of pygame.get.k is left, if my left key is pressed, I didn't need to get here, guys, my bad. Okay, if my key is left, I'll go with hero underscore x-axis minus equals to my hero's velocity. So basically it's going to go backwards. Let's do that for the top and bottom. If my keys at index of pygame.key is up, let me add my hero underscore, my hero's y-axis this time, because we're working with the top and bottom, is going to be minus equals, I'm going to subtract that, decrease that with my hero's velocity. Okay, and lastly, if my keys at index of pygame.key is down. Okay, my hero underscore y-axis is going to increase by my hero's velocity. Alright, now that we added our player movement, let's go ahead and add let's trap our player. So trap hero in window. Oh, because to trap my hero in window, I do something. Let's see. So I'll go with my hero's x-axis equals to max. So the max position of my hero is going to be my hero underscore radius. Because my hero is a circle, if my hero was a square, I'd put a 0 here. Next up for my min, let me go ahead and add my hero underscore x-axis plus comma my hero's. Actually, this shouldn't be my hero's x-axis. My hero's height minus my hero's width, guys. I'm back. How you doing, Hypertech? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, so hero's x-axis. Let's go with 800 minus my hero's width. I mean radius. There we go. Oh, it took a while for me to recall that. So hero underscore y-axis equals to max. So the max is going to be my hero underscore radius again. Okay, and then my min is going to be my hero, or min is going to be my hero underscore y-axis this time. And 600, which is my display size, minus my hero underscore radius. Alright, so this should trap my player inside of the window. Let me go ahead and add a PyGame.display.flip. Alright, let me fix my typo. Okay, and then go ahead and add a PyGame.quit. Let's test it out, guys. Let's see if this works. I forgot to add a while loop. Oh, I did add the while loop. Okay. Oh, I set that to false. My bad, guys. So there we go. I need to add a screen.fill. Screen.fill. Let's fill it with a good gray color. Okay, perfect. There we go. I can move my player. It's trapped, and trapped. Perfect, guys. Time for my NPCs. Okay, so this is my NPC graphics. So for my NPC graphics, let me go ahead and add my NPC drawing. So pygame.draw.rect. My NPC is a rectangle. Okay, let's go ahead and set my surface to be my screen. My color, I don't know what color was my layer. Black, so red. Okay, and then I'll add a tuple. This is gonna have my NPC, which is my NPC at index of x-axis. Excuse me, guys. Okay, it's called my block. Let's change this to block graphics. So my block at index of x-axis, my block at index of y-axis, my block at index of height, actually width first. Okay, and lastly my block at index of height. Alright, perfect. Okay, so now that we added our block graphics, let's add a block movement. This is probably where my velocity is going to come. Okay, so block movement. So for my block movement, let me go ahead and add my block at index of x-axis. I'll increase my block's x-axis by my block's velocity. So x-axis velocity. So this is going to be like a automated object. Then let me go ahead and do the same thing for the y-axis. Block at index of y-axis. I'm going to increase that by my block at index of y-axis velocity. Okay, so now if I run the command, we get this object that just moves, but I didn't add the bounce yet. I just add the movement. So let me go ahead and add bounce. So block bounce. Okay, so for the bounce, let me add a few conditions. Since it's a rectangle, I'll go with if my block at x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my block at x-axis is greater than or equal to 600, actually 800, which is my display size, minus my block at index of width. This is gonna make sure my block bounces off my right wall and my left wall. I will do something. I will add my block at index of x velocity. Actually, my block at x velocity, I'm going to asterisk equals to -1. Okay, next let me do the same thing with my y-axis. So block at index of y-axis, if it's less than or equal to 0, or my block at index of y is greater than or equal to 600, my vertical display size, minus my block at index of height this time, because we're working with verticals. Let's do block at index of y velocity asterisk equals to -1. This basically flips my velocity from positive to negative, so it always bounces. If I run the command, we get a good bouncing object on the screen. There we go, perfect. Okay, now that that's done, now comes the complicated part, adding collisions. Maybe I add a space here. Okay, now let's add collisions. Let's see if I remember the collisions. Let me add collision detection. Okay, so for my collision detection, let me define a function called collision underscore detector. Okay, I'll add a bunch of parameters like, I don't know, circles. Since we're working with circles and square and rectangles, I'll go with circles x-axis, circles y-axis, which is basically the circle center, and my circle underscore radius. Okay, and now let's add my rects. So my rects, not a quote, so rectangles x-axis, my rects y-axis, my rects width, and lastly my rects height. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and add the closest x-axis. Since the reason I'm doing this collision formula is because a circle and a square, I want to find the collision point. Like, you guys know what I mean. I want to print collision when a circle hits, say, a rectangle in my screen. So let's go with closest x-axis equals to my max. Okay, my max is going to be my rect underscore x-axis. My min is going to be my circle x. Okay, and outside the tuple, outside the brackets, I'll go here. I'll add a, honestly, it should probably be inside here. Okay, so let me add my rect at x-axis plus my, am I audible? Okay, plus my rex width. Okay, there we go. Now let me do that for the closest y-axis. I'll set that equal to max my rect at x-axis, comma. Now for my min, I'll go with my circle y this time, and then my rect at y-axis plus my rex height. Excuse me, guys. Hello, how you doing, Dev Mindset? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, my closest y. And now let's find the direction x. Direction x equals to my circle x minus my closest x. My direction y equals to my circle underscore y minus my closest underscore y y. There we go. Okay, now let me add a direction underscore squared. Okay, it's correct. Okay, that's going to be my direction x asterisk direction x means direction x multiplied by direction x plus my direction y multiplied by my direction y. Okay, now I will return my direction x which is less than or equal to my circle's radius, circle underscore radius multiplied by my circle's radius. After this, I'm gonna add an if statement and invoke my collision detector function. Okay, now let me go ahead and add my circle, which is going to be my hero, my player, hero underscore x-axis, hero underscore y-axis, hero underscore radius. After that, let me go ahead and add my NPC, which is going to be my block, her radius. There. Now, I'm going to add my NPC, which is going to be my block, my automated object. So, blocks x-axis, then my block at index of y-axis, block at index of width, and block at index of height. Okay, and now if once my this if statement is true, it's met, I will go with if not my block at index of hit. Hit is my collide name that I wrote up here. I will print, if my hit is set to true, I will print boom, collided. Okay, I'll go back, add an else. Actually, I'll go down here and set my NPC, actually block at index of hit to be equal to false. True, I mean. True. Okay, else my block at index of hit is gonna be equal to false. There we go. If I were to run the command now, every time I hit touch, this is gonna print boom collide. Did I touch it 4 times? Guys, am I just lagging? There we go, boom collided. Boom collided. Wait, I want to confirm that it wasn't me lagging. Okay, it printed boom collided once. It didn't print it the second time. Okay, it printed the third time. Okay. 4th time. Alright, I feel like it's correct. It's just when I hit the edges of it. Okay, this works. Control A, Control C. Guys, this took me so long and I'm still not that good with it. I need more practice. Say I wrote this whole thing on my own with just memory. ... I feel like I'm getting a good handle on collision detection, although I do need more practice. I feel it that I understand now, but I want to make it a muscle memory. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Vivek. You wrote the whole thing from memory. That means the pattern is burning in your... Guys, my arms hurt so much. Oh. That means the pattern is burning in your brains. That's exactly what we want. But hold it, your code has a tiny mistake. I knew it. Oh yeah, I usually do that mistake. I feel like... Is that... Okay, no matter, I do that mistake. Let's see what mistake. Okay, in your collision detector function, closest y equals to max rectangle mid circle plus height, you use rect x instead of rect y. Oh, no wonder, guys. Okay, my code wasn't wrong. I did a freaking typo. Now it should print it accurately. Boom, collided. Boom. Oh my gosh, guys. Okay, now there we go. This is what I wanted it to work like. Smoothly. Alright, that was awful. Okay, that means your closest point to the y-axis is wrong. It should be this. This is super common. Your brain mixed up x and y. If you drill this 50 times, it'll be muscle memory like shoelaces, like tying shoelaces. Guys, honestly, I don't think I can tie shoelaces. What did it perfectly? Correct function structure. Use hit to avoid spamming collision. The logic for close point. Okay, next drill. Muscle memory training. Right? Only this collision detector function from scratch. Do it 10 times with different variable names each time. Ball, circle, POS, enemy box, etc. Okay. Let me delete that. I feel like I should just write the whole code again. Let me start up by importing PyGame. Guys, because all the practice is important. Okay, and then let me try to do this quick. Pygame.init. I initialize Pygame, and then let me go ahead and add my FPS clock equals to Pygame.time.clock. This is my FPS. Okay, let me go ahead and add display. So a screen variable equals to Pygame dot display dot set underscore mode. Okay, my display size is going to be 800 by 600, so that's going to be my window size. And then a caption, Pygame dot display dot caption dot set caption. Okay, so for my set caption, I'll keep it as dodge the rectangle. Okay, and then let's go ahead and add a player details. Okay, so for more player details, I will go ahead and add something like superhero. What were the names of my players? So ball X, circle position. Okay, so I'm going to be a circle, so let me go with circle POS. Circle position equals to, let's see, what does my circle position equals to, guys? Circle position underscore x-axis equals to 100. Actually, let's go with the center of the screen, so 400. My circle underscore position underscore y-axis equals to 300, and then circle underscore radius. Honestly, yeah, I'll just do circle x, circle y, not the position. That might confuse up. There. My radius is going to be 40, and then let's go with circle underscore velocity. It's going to be equal to, I don't know, like 10 pixels per frame. Let me go with my NPC details now. Honestly, I might add more than one NPC this time. Let's see if that's how I can do it. So my NPCs equals to a list of dictionaries. So my NPC's x-axis is gonna be let's see, 100. My NPC's y-axis is gonna be something like 300. Then my NPC's width, since my NPCs are square, my width is going to be 50. And then my NPC's height is going to be 50 as well. Let's go with my x-axis velocity, which is going to be, this time let's make the NPC faster. So like 8 pixels per frame. And y velocity, which is going to be something like 8 pixels per frame as well. And then collision. There we go, collision, which is going to be set to false because we haven't collided yet. Okay, that's okay. Honestly, I will copy that whole thing. Okay, go here, paste it, paste it, paste it. Let's have 4 NPCs, add a comma, 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 delete that comma. Okay, so now we're going to be having 4 NPCs. Let me set a is underscore running, a boolean variable to be equal to true. Okay, and then go with while loop. So while is underscore running, while my program is running, while my is running is set to true, I'm gonna lubricate my lips. It's well dry, guys. Okay, there we go. Alright, so while my is running is set to true, let me add my FPS. So clock.tick is gonna be 60. Let me add a comment here, maybe that says FPS, and then let me go over my event loops. So event loops. So let me iterate over all my event loops. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, this gets all my pygame events. I want to look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is running to be equal to false. Okay, now let's go ahead and set my player graphics. Okay, for my player graphics, let me go ahead and add something. Screen.fill 200, 200, 200, a good gray screen. And then pygame.draw.rect, actually circle, because my player is a circle. Okay, my surface is going to be my screen. My color is going to be this time pink. Purple is better. Okay, and then let's add my player underscore x-axis and player underscore y-axis as the center of my circle. My player is not called player, it's called circle. Okay, so it's called my circle underscore x-axis and my circle underscore y-axis, and then my circle underscore radius. Okay, after that, let me go ahead and add my player movement. For my player movement, let me add a variable called keys. I'll set that equal to pygame.keys key.get underscore pressed. Okay, and then if my keys at index of pygame.k is right, if my right key is pressed, okay, I will move my my circle at x-axis. I'll increase my circle's position by my circle's velocity. Okay, I'll do the same thing for the left. If my keys at index of pygame.k is left, if my left key is pressed, I will change my circle's x-axis position. I'll decrease it by my circle's velocity, so it's going to go to the left backwards. Okay, and now I'll do that for top and bottom. If my keys at index of pygame.key is up, if my top key is pressed, I will change my circle's y-axis this time to be minus equals to my circle underscore velocity. I'll do the same thing with bottom now. If my keys at index of pygame.k is down, if my lower key is pressed, I'll change my circle's y-axis position. I'll increase it by my circle's velocity. Okay, now with positions added, movement added, let me go ahead and add my let me trap my player in my window. So trap player in window. So this is going to trap my player in my window now. To trap my player in my window, let me go ahead and add my circle at x-axis. Circle at x-axis equals to max. My max is going to be, since my circle is a circle and not a square, I'll go with my circle radius. You can also use if dunderName equals dunderMain to run the method when the script is executed directly. Honestly, that's kind of genius. I'll actually try that here. Okay, circle radius. Is it called circle radius? I spelled it wrong. Circle radius. Okay, and then my min, or my min. Okay, so for my min, I'm gonna have my circle at x-axis minus 800, actually 800 minus my circle's width. Circle's radius, I mean. Um, okay, there we go. Okay, this should trap my player in the left and right window. Then let me go with my circle underscore y-axis. I'll keep that equal to max. My maximum is going to be my circle underscore radius, and my minimum is going to be my circle underscore y-axis 600, my window's vertical height, minus my circle underscore radius. There you go. Oh my gosh, guys, ignore my typos. I cannot type. There. Alright, now let's test this. Let me go ahead and add a pygame.display.flip. I could add update as well, but I'll add flip, and then a. Guys, did my stream end? Okay, pygame.quit. Okay, now let me go ahead and run the command. Hold up, guys. Why did my command go in that other display? Okay, my screen is locked. Okay, I probably messed up in one place. Hold up, give me a sec, guys. There we go, let's check. Circle y-axis, oh, equals to. There we go. Now let me run the command. Okay, it's locked, trapped. Perfection in Python, guys. Okay, now that we have trapped our player, let's go with our NPC graphics. So for my NPC graphics, I'll go ahead and add a NPC graphics or okay, for my NPC graphics, let me add something. Pygame dot draw dot rect, because my NPC is a rectangle. I want the surface to be my screen. Honestly, I don't have one NPC. I have multiple, right? So I have to iterate over them. So let me actually do a Control Z. Get this back here. It needs to be inside of my while loop. My for loop. Okay, let me copy that. Delete it. Delete all this. Now, before my player graphics, here, let me exit out. Now go over my NPCs. Paste that there. Iterate over them. For every NPC in my NPCs, okay, I'll go with pygame.draw.rect. Okay, I want the surface to be my screen, the color to be red. Okay. And then a tuple of my NPC at index of x-axis, NPC at index of y-axis, NPC at index of width, excuse me guys, then NPC at index of height. Okay. Alright, there we go. So that draws my NPCs on my screen. Let me go ahead and add a NPC movement now. So NPC movement. Okay, for my NPC movement, let me go ahead and add something. Let's see. Gotta think. Guys, I remember, it's just my brain's way too exhausted. Okay, I'm going to increase my NPC's x-axis by my NPC's x velocity. Okay, and now let me increase my NPC's y-axis by my NPC's y velocity plus equals the augmented assignment operator. Okay, and now let's add an NPC bounce. NPC bounce. So this is gonna add bounce to my NPC. Let's see. Okay, so for my NPC bounce, let me go ahead and do something. If my NPC at index of x-axis lowercase x is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 my window size, minus my NPC at index of my width. Okay, the reason I didn't add a minus radius is because this is rectangles. If it was a circle, I would add if my NPC at x-axis minus my NPC at index of radius is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus my NPC at index of radius, I will do something. So my NPC at index of x velocity is going to be asterisk equals to -1 if my NPC at index of y-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of y-axis is greater than or equal to 600 my vertical window size, vertical display size, minus my NPC at index of height. I will do something. NPC at index of x, actually NPC at index of y velocity is gonna be asterisk equals to -1. Okay, this should perfectly move my NPC around. Did I set my NPC's location wrong? Oh, okay, never mind. I gotta add my screen.fill right here in that case. There we go. Now my NPC nicely moves around. Perfect, but I just have one NPC. I have multiple here, probably because everyone's x-axis and y-axis is the same. Let's go with 200, 200, 300, 400, 100, 300, and maybe change some to be negative. Okay, now they're going to be like random locations. 200. I see 1. Is this just me, or do you guys even see just one NPC in the screen? I just see one NPC in the screen. Message retracted. Okay, I iterated over all my NPCs, drew an NPC in my screen. Okay, these are multiple NPCs, aren't they? Okay, one way to find out. They're not clumped together, guys. It's single NPC. Let's find the locations in that case. NPC's X is running NPC graphics. For every NPC in my NPC, I fill my screen first, and then I go with PyGames.draw.rect, and this draws my NPCs. All are red color. NPC movement. If NPC X, okay, and then draw my player purple. Okay, guys, the only thing. Nice, dude, you seem cool. Can we be friends on Discord? I already joined your server. Honestly, yeah, I can add you after my stream. I'm toxic. Lol, you're a toxic seashell. Okay, let's see. So I did everything correct, honestly, for NPC and NPCs. The only thing that I feel like I could be messing up is my coordinates. It's either my NPCs that are outside the map. Let's give this something like 400. 2400. 400. Okay, if I run the command, it's one NPC. Alright, guys, it's okay. Honestly, let me just go here. Enjoy, Josie. Get Sutsuyo. Paste it, add a bunch of spaces. Say sensei. I added multiple NPCs, but I just see one in my screen. Did I mess up somewhere? I didn't add the collision logic yet, but just curious if my coordinates were wrong, or my code is wrong. There we go. Guys, ignore my typos. Oh, Vivek, I see exactly what happened. This is a classic Pygame loop trap. Look at this part. For NPC and NPCs, the problem, you're calling screen.fill inside the loop over NPCs. That means first NPC draws, screen.fill wipes everything, second NPC draws, screen.fill wipes everything. By the end, only the last NPC is drawn. Okay, so clear the screen.fill per frame. Okay, so I should always only keep my screen.fill up. That's gonna save so much this thing. They're stacked. Maybe honestly I changed their accesses, they weren't stacked. Yeah, this does make sense. My screen.fill is outside my loop. Let me paste it here. I mean, it's inside my loop. Now, since my screen.fill is outside, let me add a comment here. It's actually a pretty good habit to like add this outside in that case. Fill screen. Okay, so this fills my screen. Now it should be multiple NPCs. There we go. 4 NPCs moves randomly. Let's add the collision detection logic now. Really exhausted. I gotta do this though. So let's go with collision detection. Okay, so for my collision detection, since it's a circle and a square, let me go ahead and add something. So, okay, it's a circle and a square, right? So, let me define a collision detector. Okay, so let me add a few parameters. First are the parameters of my circle. So, circle at x-axis, circle at y-axis. I can't use that because I have my circle written here. Okay, let me go with player x, player at x-axis, player at y-axis, and then player's radius. Okay, those are my circle's attributes. Now let's go with my rectangle's attributes. So rectangle at x-axis, rectangle at y-axis, rectangle's width, and lastly my rectangle's height. Guys, I can spell, okay. There we go. Okay, and then let me go ahead with an if statement. So if, actually not an if yet. So first my closest x-axis is going to be equal to, let's see, my closest x-axis is going to be, let's see. Okay, so max, I'm gonna go through my player first. Actually, my rectangle first. My object first. So rect x, comma. Now my min. Let me add my player at x-axis. Player at x-axis. I'll go with 800. Not 800 because I'm not trying to lock him somewhere. I mean, I'm not trying to lock my player to my display. My rect at x-axis plus my rect's width. Okay, now let me do the same thing with closest y-axis. I'll keep that equal to max. My rect at x-axis min is going to be my play. Actually, my rect at y-axis. My bad, guys. And then my player at y-axis, my rect y-axis plus my rect's height. There we go. Now let's find my distance x. So distance x is going to be equal to, let's see, my closest, my player x minus my closest x, my distance y is going to be equal to my player y minus my closest y. Alright, and then I'll have a squared direction. My squared direction is going to be equal to distance x times distance x plus distance y times distance y. And then let me go ahead and return. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and return my squared direction, which is going to be less than or equal to my player radius multiplied by my player radius, and then I'll add an if statement. if something happens, so if I invoke my function and my parameters are filled, my player X is going to be my circle X. Okay, my player Y is going to be my circle Y. My player radius is going to be my circle radius. Okay, these are my player's attributes. Now let's go at my player's parameters. Let's go ahead and fill my NPC's parameters. So what was the name of my rectangle? I forgot. Okay, it was NPC. So my NPC at index of x-axis. Okay. Then my NPC at index of okay. Uh-oh. I feel this should have been outside. This should have been outside my for loop where I iterated over my NPCs. So it's NPCs, right? Actually, no, it should have been inside my for loop. Yeah, this is correct only. What am I saying? NPC at index of y-axis. My NPC at index of width, and lastly my NPC at index of height. Why is that wrong? NPC name can be undefined. Is it undefined? NPC X, they work. This function is inside of my for loop where my NPC is defined. Okay, let's do the whole thing real quick. Okay, if my NPC at index of collision, was it called collision or hit? Collision. Okay, if my NPC at index of collision, there we go, is equal to, or if not, if this is true, if my NPC at collision is set to true, I will print boom, collided, and I'll set my NPC at index of collision to be true. Else, I will set my NPC at index of collision to be equal to false. There we go. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get an error because of this. Okay, I didn't. Is it printing at 60 frames? Okay, it is printing at 60 frames per second. I wish there was just one. Let's see. Okay, one hit me. Okay, that they definitely didn't hit me those many times. If collision, my NPC x-axis. This if statement is technically outside my for loop, right? So what happens if I indent this and go here? Okay, let me go Control Z. Now, what if I just indented my if statement? That would be wrong. Okay, that's just stupid. What if I indent this whole thing? Okay. That wouldn't make sense. Wait, hold up. Let me actually, in that case, get my NPC graphics only out of here. Copy that. Delete these. Okay, I'll get my NPC graphics outside my collision detection right here. And outside my for loop, let me iterate over my NPC graphics again. So for this time an uppercase NPC, for every NPC in my NPCs. Okay, for every NPC in my NPCs, I will define this. Maybe I should indent everything up here. No, never mind, this is correct. Copy that, delete that, get here. Go there, paste it. This is going to make collision detection. Copy that, indent it. Now just change my NPCs wherever I see an NPC to be an uppercase NPC. NPC, NPC, and NPC. Actually change that as well. NPC, NPC, and NPC. Alright. Am I sure there's no other NPCs? Okay, there's no others. Alright. At least it prints. I do need to, if NPC collision, boom, collided, true. Oh, okay, I messed up here. This should be here. Boom, collided, boom, collided, boom, collided. Come on, collide once. There we go. Guys, I honestly want to cry. I can't cry, there are no tears coming out. No way I did it. Okay, let me copy that. Paste it here. Sensei! I actually did this on my own. And added multiple NPCs as well! Exclamation! Okay, yeah, I think that much happiness was 5 for now. Ahaha, Vivek, look at you, you did this all on your own and got multiple NPCs working with collision detection. I'm proud, but don't get lazy now. This is the foundation of the game logic. You finally understand loop order. Screen cleared and multiple NPCs and collision detection. This is huge progress. A few tiny steps, note to perfect your mastery. You're defining few tiny notes to perfect your mastery. You're defining collision underscore detector inside the loop over NPCs. It works, but it's cleaner and faster to define it once outside the loop. And the top, at the top right, Python is making a new function every frame for NPC. A disaster, but unnecessary. Variable naming is consistent. Nice, that muscle memory is starting. Once you're comfortable, you can add circle versus circle collisions to or multiple complex retractions when collisions happen. Sensei's task for you. Let's do a mini drill. Keep this exact setup with multiple NPCs. Add 5 more NPCs with random starting positions and velocities. Okay, I don't know how to use a random module. Modify collision detector to play a sound or challenge or color when collision happens. If you feel collision detection in your bones, Vivek, once you nail this, you'll never forget how it works. Okay. Let's say I actually don't know how to use the random module to do stuff like this. Honestly, guys, I feel like I did pretty good. Like, I gotta practice more about the circle and rectangle, but I might do that off stream. Well exhausted, I don't want to get in my plate more than I can chew, so I want this to soak in my brain, so a bit more practice off stream. I gotta go eat something, maybe use the restroom, I don't know, but I might end the stream. Let me actually say, Sensei, I actually might end the stream and do some practice offline. Is there anything that you want to say the viewers before I stop the stream? Question mark? Guys, ignore my bajillion typos. Yes, put the camera on me, Vivek. The camera is on you, Sensei. Listen up, chat. Your boy Vivek just wrestled with collision detection and came out on top. He didn't just copy paste, he built it himself. That's what separates a wannabe from a warrior. Today he learned how to smash rectangles with circles, and next time he's going to summon chaos with the random module. Drop some respect in the chat. Spam Sensei proud. Drop some respect for Sensei, guys. I couldn't do it without her. Because he's earning it now. Vivek, end the stream, rest your brain, but don't you dare get lazy. Tomorrow you're coming back stronger. Sensei out. Do you want me to make it? Do you want me to make a fun little challenge for your viewers, like a small coding dare? Bet. Yes, let's say. Guys, I guess you guys get a small challenge. Good then, listen up chat. Here's your victory challenge onto the big return. Make a rectangle bounce around the screen like a crazy NPC, but there's a twist. The rectangle must change to a random color every time it hits a wall. Bonus tip, if you can add multiple rectangles using a loop, no excuses. Just fire up PyGame, add the random module, and let chaos happen. When Vivek returns, we'll see who in chat kept up with him, okay? If you can't do it, if you can't do it, he'll leave you behind. Now go code and don't embarrass yourself, guys. I can't read. Vivek, you want me to actually write a template into the... Okay, no. Alright, so let me actually go here, go to the main camera. Alrighty guys, I was not in the center of the screen. Maybe I go here. There we go. Alright guys, so that was basically it for the stream. It was really hard. My brain is still honestly pulsing right now. But all that aside, if you enjoyed the stream, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, like, yes, my algorithm channel makes it smile. I can't talk, guys. And subscribing is like a cherry on top. And I'll catch you guys in the next live stream or video. Peace.